Hercule Poirot and the Locked Wardrobe. Mystery, Chapter 1. A shocking murder in a high society setting. The evening sun, casting long shadows over the elegant grounds of the Devereux's estate, did little to soften the tension that had gripped the household. A grand affair was underway, a charity gala attended by the cream of London's aristocracy. Laughter and the clinking of glasses echoed through the luxurious halls, but beneath the surface something far darker was unfolding. In a lavish upstairs room adorned with rich tapestries and antique furniture, a murder had taken place. At first glance, it appeared as though the victim had died a peaceful death, slumped over in a chair in front of an open wardrobe. But the scene told a different story. The wardrobe door, once securely locked, was ajar. Inside, a single blood-stained letter lay crumpled upon the floor, its contents unknown, its significance a mystery. The victim was Lord Edward Devereux, an old man whose fortune had been carefully managed by his wife, Lady Eleanor. As the police arrived, a strange detail caught the attention of the authorities. The wardrobe had been locked from the inside, and there was no sign of forced entry. The staff were all accounted for, and each guest had a perfect alibi. Yet, despite the outward appearance of a peaceful death, the circumstances of Lord Devereux's passing reeked of a carefully planned, cold-blooded murder. Who could have orchestrated such a crime, and how did they manage to lock themselves inside the wardrobe and escape undetected? There was no logical explanation, at least none that could satisfy the mind of Hercule Poirot. And then the three suspects. A closed circle of people with secrets. The room was heavy with anticipation as Poirot made his way into the Devereux estate the following day. The police had yet to make any significant headway in their investigation, and there was little to suggest any clear motive behind the crime. But Poirot knew that appearances were deceiving, and he had no intention of letting this case slip through his fingers. As Poirot stood at the threshold of the grand drawing-room, he observed a group of individuals seated in various corners. His trained eyes swept over them, noting every slight shift in posture, the nervous tapping of fingers, the darting glances that could betray a hidden truth. There was Lady Eleanor, the widow, draped in black, her face a mask of sorrow. Her grief, though genuine, seemed forced at times, an effort, Poirot suspected, to veil something more treacherous. Next to her sat her brother, Sir Arthur Hastings, a man with a military background, but one whose rigid posture now seemed at odds with the circumstances. His face was set in a grim, concerned frown, but Poirot could detect the faintest hint of guilt in his eyes, a shadow that quickly passed as he glanced at his sister. Then there was Dr. Edward Marnell, the family physician, who had been the one to declare Lord Devereux dead. Marnell's demeanour was smooth, almost too polished. He was a man of science, comfortable in his role as a medical professional, but Poirot saw that he was concealing something. Was it an obsession with his own professional reputation, or something more sinister? And finally, the staff. Agnes, the loyal maid who had served the Devereux family for years, and James the butler, who was always at his post and observed everything without speaking a word. Both had their own mysteries, their own stories, too perfect perhaps in their devotion to their employers. Poirot took a step forward, his mind already assembling fragments of the puzzle. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said in his precise, confident manner, "it is my task now to bring order to the chaos. The truth, it is hidden somewhere among you, but it will not remain hidden for long. Each of you has a role to play, whether you know it or not. So, let us begin." Poirot arrives. Poirot makes his first impression. Hercule Poirot was not an ordinary detective. His height, slight but commanding, belied the sharpness of his mind. His carefully groomed moustache and his dark eyes, sharp as a hawk's, missed nothing. His arrival was always preceded by an air of calculated assurance. And today, as he stepped into the room, every eye turned towards him. Poirot's gaze lingered for a moment on the mourners, assessing them with a look that could only be described as both thoughtful and piercing. He was not merely observing, they were the subjects of his psychological examination, and already he could see small details in their behaviour that spoke volumes. He gave a slight nod, acknowledging their presence, before speaking. "Lady Eleanor, Sir Arthur, Dr. Marnell, and the staff. I will need to know everything about the deceased, about your relationships with him, and about the events leading up to his death. There is much that is unclear, but one thing I know for certain. The answer lies within this room, and I, Hercule Poirot, shall find it." His voice, though calm and assured, held an undercurrent of quiet intensity. His reputation preceded him, but still some in the room exchanged uneasy glances, for Poirot had a way of making people uneasy, not through force, but through his uncanny ability to understand human nature. Initial interviews. Poirot questions the suspects. Lady Eleanor was the first to speak, her grief almost tangible as she recounted the events leading up to her husband's death. Her words were soft, almost fragile, as though she feared the truth would shatter her composure. But Poirot was listening not to her words, but to her voice, specifically the way. It wavered ever so slightly when she described the last moments of her husband's life. "Lord Devereux was in his room, alone," she said. "I did not see him after dinner, except when I found him. Like that." She paused, her eyes welling up. "I never imagined something so terrible could happen." Poirot nodded slowly, studying her face. "And yet, Lady Eleanor, you knew of the wardrobe, did you not? The locked wardrobe. Was it ever locked before?" Her gaze flickered, but she quickly regained her composure. "No, it had never been locked. It was an unusual thing for him to do, but my husband often had strange habits. You must understand, he was not well." Poirot's eyes narrowed. "You speak of strange habits. Perhaps it is a habit that conceals a secret, no? It is, how do you say, a thought that occupies me." Next, Poirot turned to Sir Arthur Hastings, whose stern features were a stark contrast to his sister's fragile state. The military man spoke with precision, but his eyes never quite met Poirot's. "I have already told the police everything. Lord Devereux had enemies, yes, but none of them were in this house. I am certain of that. It's a tragic accident, nothing more." Poirot's gaze never wavered. "And yet you seem so certain, mon ami. Too certain. Have you considered that you may be wrong?" He paused, letting the question linger in the air before addressing Dr. Marnell. The physician was more composed, his hands folded neatly in his lap. There was no sign of foul play. no struggle. It was an old man's heart that gave out, I'm afraid. These things happen." Poirot raised a hand. "And yet you did not inspect the wardrobe yourself. Is that not unusual for a man of your profession?" The room fell silent. Everyone had a secret, but Poirot would uncover it, bit by bit. The first false lead. A suspect appears guilty. The investigation took a sudden turn when Sir Arthur's behaviour became suspicious. Poirot's keen eye had noticed subtle inconsistencies in his alibi. He had claimed to be in the study all evening, but a servant reported that he had briefly entered the hallway near the victim's room, just moments before the murder was believed to have occurred. The police quickly moved to arrest Sir Arthur. The case appeared solved, yet Poirot was not convinced. "There is something wrong here," Poirot muttered to himself. "Something too obvious." Chapter 2. Clues, Contradictions, and the Whisper of Guilt. Hercule Poirot stood at the threshold of Lord Devereux's private chambers, his sharp eyes trailing across every detail, every inconsistency, every deviation from what would be considered natural. The heavy velvet drapes were still drawn open, allowing the midday light to illuminate the intricacies of the carpet's floral pattern and the baroque carvings on the furniture. The room was frozen in time, just as it had been when the body was discovered the night before. With a subtle motion, Poirot crouched before the grand, ornately carved wardrobe. The right door hung slightly open, the hinges creaking softly when nudged. He ran his gloved fingers along the brass keyhole. Inside, garments hung in symmetrical order, but it was not the clothes that interested him. His gaze settled on the blood-stained letter lying on the wardrobe floor. He reached inside, lifting the parchment delicately, careful not to disturb any smudges. The blood had congealed into the fibres of the paper, blotting out several words. What remained visible was a portion of a sentence. "If the truth emerges, everything we've built will fall apart." There was no name, no signature, just that ominous line trailing off into a reddish smear. Poirot carefully slipped the letter into a protective envelope. Behind him, Inspector Gerald Chalmers waited, arms crossed, impatience rolling off him like heat. "It's a locked room mystery, Poirot, and with Sir Arthur's partial prints on the wardrobe handle and an inconsistent alibi, I think we've found our man." Poirot turned slowly, arching a brow. "Mon ami, you see the surface, the fingerprints, the opportunity, but you do not ask why. Why would Sir Arthur, a man of reputation, choose to murder his brother-in-law in such a dramatic fashion, leaving such a cryptic clue behind?" Chalmers frowned. "Desperation? A family grudge? Non," Poirot replied, stepping into the hallway, his hands behind his back. "A man with military training, who knows the precision of strategy, would not have left a note half buried in a wardrobe if he wanted the crime to go unnoticed. No, this is not his design. It is someone else's." As Poirot descended the stairs, the household remained, wrapped in an uneasy silence. Lady Eleanor had retired to her study, and the staff moved like ghosts, whispering behind closed doors. Only one figure stood still at the base of the staircase: James, the butler. Poirot approached him. "Tell me, James, were you aware of any tensions between Lord Devereux and his family members?" The butler's voice was monotone. "There were always tensions, sir. Money has a way of pulling people apart. But recently there was something new. Lord Devereux had become withdrawn. He received letters. Often, late at night. He burned most of them. Burned? Yes, sir. In the study fireplace. I noticed scraps once or twice when I cleaned, but he always did it himself. Poirot leaned forward slightly. Do you remember any names? Signatures? No names, I'm afraid. But I remember the paper. Thick, embossed at the corner. Red crest of some sort. Looked aristocratic. A spark lit Poirot's eyes. Très bien. James, you have been most helpful. Later that day, Poirot requested a private audience with Lady Eleanor in her study. The room was elegant and warmly lit, filled with oil paintings and the subtle scent of dried roses. Lady Eleanor sat behind her desk, her expression composed, but shadowed by fatigue. You wish to speak with me, Monsieur Poirot? Yes, madame, Poirot said, gently lowering himself into the seat across from her. It is about the letter found in the wardrobe. Her eyes flickered just for a moment. Letter? Yes. A blood-stained note with an ominous warning. You were not aware of such a message? No, she said too quickly. Then, catching herself, added, At least not one like that. Poirot leaned forward. Lady Eleanor, your husband was a man of pride, yes? One who liked to control everything within his domain. But even such men have weaknesses, secrets, perhaps debts. Her face hardened slightly. If you're implying that Edward was being blackmailed. Not implying, madame. Suggesting a possibility. A man does not lock himself in a wardrobe with a letter unless he is hiding something from someone in this very house. There was a beat of silence. Then, slowly, she said, There was something odd. 2 days ago, Edward received a parcel. I assumed it was a book, but he took it to his room and didn't come down for the rest of the evening. He seemed disturbed. Poirot tilted his head. And where is that parcel now? I haven't seen it since. She paused, biting her lip. You think it's connected? I think everything is connected, Lady Eleanor. The next stop was the library. Poirot had requested access to Lord Devereux's personal journals. Hastings, though initially reluctant, provided him a leather-bound book, one of many volumes that the late lord kept as a form of daily reflection. Poirot skimmed through the entries. Most were mundane. Discussions of estate finances, household issues, notes on the charity gala. But 3 pages before the end, he found a passage that made his fingers freeze. March 14th. I saw him again today, standing across the street, watching the house. The resemblance was unmistakable, but it cannot be. He died in France, buried with honours, and yet I would stake my life on it. If the past is coming back, then everything I've built is at risk. I must act soon. Poirot stared at the date, March 14th. 3 days before the murder. He read it again. He died in France, buried with honours. The resemblance was unmistakable. Poirot's mind ticked with connections. A presumed dead man. A hidden scandal. Suddenly, the blood-stained letter took on new weight. And then another voice rang in his memory. James the butler, saying that Lord Devereux had burned letters late at night. Someone had returned from the dead, or at least someone who looked like a ghost from the past. That evening, Poirot gathered the staff for individual interviews in the drawing-room. Agnes, the maid, was particularly nervous. Her hands twisted in her lap, and her eyes flicked to the door as though hoping to escape. "You were close to Lord Devereux?" Poirot asked gently. She nodded. "I'd been with the family for 8 years. Did he confide in you?" Agnes hesitated. Not confide exactly, but sometimes he spoke when he thought no one was listening. He'd mutter things about a child, a boy. Poirot's head tilted. "A boy?" "Yes, I never heard details, but he said once he would have been a man now." He sounded regretful. A hidden child, a man presumed dead, a cryptic letter. Poirot felt the puzzle pieces slowly aligning. "Agnes," Poirot said softly, "did Lord Devereux ever mention the name Julian?" Her lips parted slightly. Then she swallowed. "Yes, once, only once." Poirot stood, his expression unreadable. "Merci, mademoiselle. That will be all for now." That night Poirot sat in the guest room provided by the estate, his mind swirling. He opened a fresh page in his notebook and began to write. Victim, Lord Edward Devereux. Cause of death, unknown. Presumed heart failure, but possibly staged. Scene, locked wardrobe. No signs of struggle. Letter on the floor. Clue 1. Blood-stained letter. If the truth emerges. Clue 2. Journal entry referencing a man presumed dead. Clue 3. Hidden child. Name, Julian. Clue 4. Parcel received 2 days before death. Contents unknown. Clue 5. Sir Arthur's partial fingerprints, but inconsistent behaviour. Possibly framed. Poirot set the notebook aside. He could feel the heartbeat of the mystery. Steady, hidden beneath layers of family secrets and genteel facades. He whispered aloud, "The ghost of the past has returned, and someone is willing to kill to keep it buried." The death next morning brought a surprise. A local constable arrived with news of a break-in at a nearby inn. A room had been ransacked, its occupant gone, leaving behind only a single page of a torn photograph. The face on it, a younger Edward Devereux, standing beside a young woman and a small child. The back read, "To Julian, never forget who you are." Poirot examined the photo, nodding to himself. And there it is, the motive. By afternoon, Sir Arthur had been released from holding, much to the disdain of Inspector Chalmers. Poirot met him near the estate's eastern gardens. "I suppose I owe you thanks," Sir Arthur said stiffly, "though I don't much like being made to look like a fool." "You are no fool," Poirot replied, "but someone wanted you to appear guilty, and I believe it was someone who knew you would not protest too strongly. Perhaps because guilt of another kind weighed you down." Sir Arthur's jaw tightened. "What are you saying?" "That you knew about Julian?" There was a pause. A flicker of something in Sir Arthur's eyes. Shock, sorrow, then resignation. "Yes," he said finally. "Julian was Edward's son, born out of wedlock during the war. The family buried it, paid the woman off. We all agreed never to speak of it again." "But Edward did not forget," Poirot said, "and someone else didn't either." Chapter 3. Shadows in the Family Grate. Early morning mist clung to the manor grounds like an old secret. The dew on the hedges shimmered faintly in the soft light, but Hercule Poirot, walking alone beneath the looming oaks, was not concerned with the beauty of nature. His thoughts moved like a chess master, rearranging pieces in his mind. Each clue a pawn, each revelation a bishop angling toward truth. He paused beneath a stone statue of St. Michael, sword raised triumphantly over a demon. A fitting metaphor, Poirot mused, for in this house too, good and evil were locked in an eternal struggle, though neither had yet claimed victory. Moments later, Hastings joined him, hands deep in the pockets of his wool coat, his breath fogging. In the cold? Poirot, you're up early. Couldn't sleep. My friend, the sleep. She waits for the man with a calm mind. He tapped his temple. I'm troubled by an inconsistency, a small one, but as you well know, it is always the smallest details that hold the largest truths. Something about the murder? Poirot gave him a sidelong glance. Mon ami, everything is about the murder. Even the weather, perhaps. Come, we have a visit to make. I must see Lady Eleanor again, this time with sharper questions. Inside the drawing-room, Lady Eleanor stood beside the fireplace, turning a porcelain figurine over in her hands. Her expression was distracted, worn. When Poirot and Hastings entered, she looked up but did not speak. Poirot broke the silence. Madame, I must ask you to forgive my persistence. But your husband's death is no ordinary matter. The presence of a secret son, Julian, is no longer in doubt. She froze, the figurine slipping from her fingers and shattering on the rug. Her voice came out in a whisper. So, it's true. You've discovered him. Poirot gave a soft nod. And so, madame, I ask you again, did you know? Lady Eleanor sank into the armchair, her facade of nobility cracking. Not entirely. I suspected. There were whispers long ago, before Edward and I married. A nursemaid dismissed without cause. A letter found in his drawer. I never pressed him. Poirot studied her, and if Julian returned now, would he threaten the estate? She met his gaze. Yes, if Edward had acknowledged him, Julian could have a claim on the inheritance. It would ruin everything. The Devereux name, the finances, even Charlotte's engagement to the French diplomat would be threatened. Then you can see, madam, how such a return might provoke someone protective of the family name, to act in haste, even in violence. Lady Eleanor didn't respond. Her silence was more revealing than any words. Poirot next sought out Charlotte Devereux. The young woman had retired to the music-room, her fingers dancing absently over piano keys, playing Chopin with absent-minded grace. She turned as Poirot approached. "You think I had something to do with father's death," she said plainly. "I think," Poirot said with care, "that you loved your father, but perhaps you feared him too." She gave a brittle smile. He was a difficult man, proud, secretive, but he had a soft spot for me. I think he meant to tell me something the night he died. He asked me to come to his room. When I arrived, he said only, "You must be ready for changes." I thought he meant my engagement. Or perhaps he meant a change in the family, Poirot suggested. "Did you know of Julian?" Charlotte hesitated, then, only by rumour, a name, once or twice. My mother hushed me quickly, but I never believed it, until now. Poirot studied her face. And would his return matter to you? A flicker crossed her features. It would ruin us. The inheritance is entailed. If father had formally acknowledged a son, even out of wedlock, I might lose everything. A strong motive, Poirot said softly. Charlotte paled. Are you accusing me? I accuse no one, mademoiselle, I observe. And I see a family fraying at the seams. As the morning wore on, Poirot requested that the entire household convene in the lounge, servants included. He stood by the hearth as they entered one by one. Lady Eleanor, Sir Arthur, Charlotte, Agnes the maid, James the butler, and even Maria, the cook. Inspector Chalmers loomed in the corner, arms folded, watching Poirot like a hawk. Poirot waited until they were settled. Mesdames et messieurs, he began, the death of Lord Devereux is no simple affair, and it is not, I believe, a case of natural causes. He was not murdered by an intruder, nor by a desperate man in the night. None. His death was caused by someone here, someone who feared the consequences of a truth long buried. He paused, letting the words settle like dust. Before his death, Lord Devereux had made contact with a man named Julian, his son. A secret son. This man arrived at the nearby inn days ago under a false name, and now he has vanished. Gasps rippled through the room. Lady Eleanor closed her eyes. Charlotte stared at the floor. Poirot continued. Someone in this household knew of Julian, feared his return, feared the scandal, the disruption to the will. And so, when Lord Devereux received a final letter, perhaps from Julian himself, this person confronted him. The confrontation turned violent. Whether by accident or by design, he died, and the murderer sought to hide the truth with a locked wardrobe and a planted letter. Chalmers stepped forward. You're saying this was staged? The whole scene? Exactly, Poirot said. The wardrobe was locked from the inside, but only after the killer left the room. There are signs of string, looped through the handle and pulled shut from the outside, then broken and discarded. Chalmers looked stunned. But that's ingenious. Poirot turned to the group. So I ask, who knew of the wardrobe's trick lock? Who had access to the study's string drawer? Who among you was desperate enough to silence the truth? The silence that followed was thick with tension. Then James the butler cleared his throat. I may have something, sir. In the small butler's pantry, James retrieved a small glass box from the back of a locked drawer. Inside was a watch chain, broken, and a sealed envelope. I found these the morning after the murder, he confessed, in the rubbish bin behind the gardener's shed. I knew I should report it, but I didn't want to accuse anyone. Poirot opened the envelope. Inside was a second letter, intact, unblooded, but in the same hand as the one from the wardrobe. If you won't acknowledge me, I'll take the truth public. I don't want money. I want a name. And it was signed Julian Montrose Poirot's. Eyes narrowed. The key, Hastings, he whispered. It is not who did it, but why they staged it so elaborately. That evening, Poirot requested a carriage to the local village, where the inn still kept the logbook of guests. The name Jameson Brierly was written in unfamiliar scrawl, Julian's false identity. The innkeeper confirmed that Julian had left abruptly 2 nights ago, spooked by a stranger who came asking questions. He described the man, older, stiff posture, military sort, asked a lot about the guest in room 4. Poirot's lips thinned. Sir Arthur, Back at the manor, Poirot confronted Sir Arthur alone in the billiard-room. "You knew Julian had returned?" Sir Arthur nodded. "Yes, I confronted him. I thought, God help me, I thought he might be a con man, an impostor. But he had a photo, a letter from Edward, and so you threatened him," Poirot said, voice hardening. "I warned him off," Arthur said. "I never saw him again after that." "You had motive," Poirot said, "means knowledge of the wardrobe's mechanism." Sir Arthur raised his chin, but no guilt. Poirot stared at him, then nodded slowly. "Perhaps, but someone else is not so fortunate." Late that night, Poirot summoned Hastings to his room. "It is time," he said, "to end this performance. The actors have played their roles well, but I, Hercule Poirot, have read the script." He folded the letters, the photograph, and the fragments of evidence into his casebook. "Tomorrow," he said, "we gather everyone in the drawing-room, and the curtain shall rise on the final act." Chapter 4. The Gathering of Masks. The drawing-room of Devereux Manor had seen its share of elegant soirees and high society dramas, but never had it hosted such tension as on this overcast afternoon. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, the only sound in the heavy silence. Chairs were arranged in a semicircle, and seated in them were the key figures of the mystery. Lady Eleanor, pale and proud, Charlotte, her posture ramrod straight, yet with worry dancing in her eyes. Sir Arthur, arms crossed defiantly. Agnes, the nervous maid, and James, the butler, who looked older than his years. Poirot stood in front of the hearth, immaculate as always in a grey suit and patent leather shoes that gleamed as though freshly polished. Hastings, notebook in hand, stood to the side watching the performance with the awe of a man who knew a master was about to unveil his masterpiece. Poirot cleared his throat softly. "Mes amis," he began, his voice calm but firm, "we have come to the final act in this most distressing affair. You are here not merely as witnesses, but as participants in a drama that unfolded with subtle cruelty, quiet desperation, and meticulous deception." He paused, his eyes sweeping across the room. No one spoke. "I have assembled you," Poirot continued, "because one of you, is a murderer." Gasps rippled through the room like a wave striking the rocks. Charlotte inhaled sharply. Sir Arthur's jaw tightened. Poirot lifted a hand. "Please, I ask only for patience. The truth shall be revealed not with accusation, but with order, precision, logic. The little grey cells, they have worked tirelessly, and now they deliver their conclusion. The crime itself, a locked room illusion. Let us begin with what we know," Poirot said. "Lord Edward Devereux was found dead in his study, slumped in his chair, blooded by a sharp blow to the head. The study was locked from the inside, and the key was in his pocket. No one, it seemed, could have entered or exited." He took a small piece of string from his pocket and held it up. "But of course, appearances deceive. The lock on the wardrobe could be manipulated with this, a simple string. A clever trick. One places the string through the handle of the wardrobe, pulls the door shut from the outside, then snaps the string. Voila! It appears locked from within." He looked directly at Sir Arthur. "You, monsieur, were familiar with this trick from your military days, no? You once showed it to Edward as a parlour curiosity." Sir Arthur's lips thinned, but he did not deny it. Poirot continued. Therefore, the locked room was not a sealed tomb. It was a stage. The false letter and the real one Poirot held up 2 envelopes. Let us speak of the letters. The one found in Edward's hand, torn, bloodied, was an angry message signed Julian. It seemed to suggest blackmail or emotional pressure. A clear motive, yes? But too clear. He placed it down and lifted the second. This letter, found discarded and untouched by blood, is far more interesting. It too is signed Julian, but this one pleads. It speaks not of threats, but of recognition. It says, I don't want money. The Devereux estate, Poirot said, is not merely wealth. It is legacy, and legacy is more fragile than gold. If Julian were acknowledged, he would have a rightful claim, especially if Edward amended his will. Such an amendment was rumoured. Edward himself told Charlotte the night before his death that changes were coming. He turned to Charlotte now. You feared those changes, did you not? Charlotte's face stiffened. I didn't understand what he meant. Perhaps. But you are not the one with the means, nor with access to the discarded string, nor, crucially, with handwriting that matches the false letter. Psst. The letter's forgery. Poirot picked up a sheet of paper. I had both letters analysed, he said. A handwriting expert, who has worked with me before, has confirmed. The second letter is genuine. The first, the one found at the crime scene, was forged by someone who wanted to cast Julian as the villain. He turned sharply. Agnes. The maid looked up, trembling. Monsieur, you delivered Lord Devereux's writing samples to the solicitor last month. You handle his correspondence. You are capable of mimicking his hand and others. Agnes broke down, sobbing. Yes, I copied the letter, but I was told to. By whom? Poirot's voice was steel. She looked toward Charlotte. Miss Devereux, she said it was just to frighten someone, that it would protect the family. Charlotte stood up. That's a lie. I never— Silence, mademoiselle. Poirot snapped. You asked her to forge the letter. Perhaps you did not expect murder, but you lit the match. Charlotte sat back down, shaken. The killer's identity. Poirot turned now to the final player. But the murderer, he said, was not Charlotte. She lacked the calm required for such deception. No, the killer was precise, methodical, a person who knew how to stage a scene, how to manipulate others, how to access everything in the house unnoticed. He turned to the butler. James. The butler's head lifted slowly. You placed the string in the wardrobe. You arranged the scene after Edward's death. But it was not premeditated, was it? James's voice was quiet. No, it wasn't. I confronted him. I told him he needed to disown Julian officially, for the family's sake. He refused, said he would name him as heir. I panicked. Poirot's voice softened. You struck him. I didn't mean to kill him, James whispered. He fell. There was blood, so much blood. I thought, if I made it look like Julian, the boy would disappear, and no one would ask questions. Poirot nodded gravely. So you forged the scene, and you told Agnes to burn the real letter. Agnes nodded through tears. I didn't know he was dead. I thought it was just a family trick. Inspector Chalmers stepped forward. James Lawton, I am placing you under arrest for the murder of Edward Devereux." James bowed his head. Thick. Aftermath and reflection. That evening, after the constable had taken James away, and the house had quieted like a stage after final curtain, Hastings and Poirot sat together in the study. Hastings broke the silence. "It's strange. Of all the people here, I never would have suspected the butler." Poirot smiled faintly. "Because you watch the face, Hastings. But I watch the mind. The mind tells a story even when the lips do not. And Julian?" Poirot glanced toward the window. "He has fled, but I have left a message at the inn. He will return. I believe the truth, at last, will bring him peace." They sat in silence for a while. Hastings then asked, "And you, Poirot, what do you think of all this?" Poirot's voice was soft. "I think murder, mon ami, is never truly about greed or hate. It is about fear. Fear of losing something. Fear of facing truth. And in that fear, men become beasts." He stood, straightened his cuffs, "And yet," he added, "there is always order to be restored, and that, Hastings, is where Poirot lives." Chapter 5. Shadows of the Past. The morning sun cast long golden beams through the tall windows of Devereux Manor, illuminating motes of dust that danced in the air. The manor, once a symbol of grandeur and stability, now stood as a silent witness to the turmoil that had unfolded within its walls. The weight of Truth Lady Eleanor sat alone in the drawing-room, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The previous day's revelations had left her visibly shaken. The exposure of James's guilt, Charlotte's involvement in the forged letter, and the existence of Julian, her husband's illegitimate son, had shattered the facade of her carefully maintained world. Poirot entered the room quietly, his footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. He observed Lady Eleanor for a moment before speaking. "Madame," he said gently, "may I join you?" She looked up, her eyes red-rimmed but composed. "Of course, Monsieur Poirot." He took a seat opposite her, folding his hands neatly in his lap. "Understand this has been a most distressing time for you." She nodded slowly. "Everything I thought I knew has been turned upside down. Edward's secrets, Charlotte's actions. I feel as though I'm a stranger in my own life." Poirot inclined his head sympathetically. "The unveiling of hidden truths often leaves us disoriented. Yet it is only through confronting these truths that we can begin to heal." Charlotte's reckoning. In the study, Charlotte stood by the window, staring out at the manicured gardens. The vibrant blooms seemed incongruous against the sombre mood that pervaded the manor. Hastings approached her cautiously. "Miss Devereux," he began, "may I have a word?" She turned to face him, her expression guarded. "Of course, Captain Hastings," hesitated before continuing. "I wanted to express my understanding. The pressure you must have felt, the fear of losing your place in the family, it's understandable." Charlotte's eyes filled with tears. "I never intended for anyone to get hurt. I only wanted to protect our family's legacy." Hastings nodded. "Sometimes our actions, though well-intentioned, can lead to unforeseen consequences." Looked away, her voice barely above a whisper. "I will have to live with that knowledge for the rest of my life." Julian's return. Later that afternoon, a carriage arrived at the manor. Julian stepped out, his demeanour composed but wary. Poirot greeted him at the entrance. "Welcome back, Monsieur Julian," Poirot said warmly. Julian nodded. "Thank you, Monsieur Poirot. I received your message." They walked together to the drawing-room, where Lady Eleanor awaited. Upon seeing Julian, she stood, her posture stiff. "Eleanor," Julian began, "I understand this is a difficult situation. I did not come here to claim anything, only to understand my origins." She studied him for a moment before responding. "You have your father's eyes." Julian offered a faint smile. "So I've been told." She gestured for him to sit. "Perhaps we should talk." Within the days that followed, the solicitor arrived to read Edward Devereux's will. The family gathered in the library. The atmosphere tense. The solicitor cleared his throat. According to Lord Devereux's last testament, dated 2 weeks prior to his death, he bequeaths the majority of his estate to his son, Julian. Gasps echoed through the room. Charlotte's face paled, while Lady Eleanor remained stoic. The solicitor continued, "Lady Eleanor is to retain the manor and a substantial annuity. Miss Charlotte is to receive a trust fund." Julian looked around the room, his expression unreadable, Poirot's reflection. As the sun set on Devereux Manor, Poirot and Hastings took a walk in the garden. "A most complex case, Hastings," Poirot mused. "Indeed, Poirot. The layers of deception, the hidden motives, it was like peeling an onion." Poirot chuckled, and with each layer tears were shed. Hastings smiled. "Do you believe the family will find peace?" Poirot paused, gazing at the horizon. "In time, perhaps. Truth, though painful, is the first step towards healing." Chapter 6. Echoes of the Paso. Morning sun cast a golden hue over Devereux Manor, its rays filtering through the tall windows and illuminating the dust particles dancing in the air. The manor, once a symbol of grandeur and stability, now stood as a silent witness to the turmoil that had unfolded within its walls. The weight of Truth Lady Eleanor sat alone in the drawing-room, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The previous day's revelations had left her visibly shaken. The exposure of James's guilt, Charlotte's involvement in the forged letter, and the existence of Julian, her husband's illegitimate son, had shattered the facade of her carefully maintained world. Poirot entered the room quietly, his footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. He observed Lady Eleanor for a moment before speaking. "Madame," he said gently, "may I join you?" She looked up, her eyes red-rimmed but composed. "Of course, Monsieur Poirot." He took a seat opposite her, folding his hands neatly in his lap. "Understand this has been a most distressing time for you." She nodded slowly. "Everything I thought I knew has been turned upside down. Edward's secrets, Charlotte's actions. I feel as though I'm a stranger in my own life." Poirot inclined his head sympathetically. The unveiling of hidden truths often leaves us disoriented. Yet it is only through confronting these truths that we can begin to heal. Charlotte's reckoning. In the study, Charlotte stood by the window, staring out at the manicured gardens. The vibrant blooms seemed incongruous against the sombre mood that pervaded the manor. Hastings approached her cautiously. "Miss Devereux," he began, "may I have a word?" She turned to face him, her expression guarded. Of course, Captain Hastings." He hesitated before continuing. "I wanted to express my understanding. The pressure you must have felt, the fear of losing your place in the family. It's understandable." Charlotte's eyes filled with tears. "I never intended for anyone to get hurt. I only wanted to protect our family's legacy." Hastings nodded. "Sometimes our actions, though, well-intentioned, can lead to unforeseen consequences." She looked away, her voice barely above a whisper. "I will have to live with that knowledge for the rest of my life." Julian's return. Later that afternoon, a carriage arrived at the manor. Julian stepped out, his demeanour composed but wary. Poirot greeted him at the entrance. "Welcome back, Monsieur Julian," Poirot said warmly. Julian nodded. "Thank you, Monsieur Poirot. I received your message." They walked together to the drawing-room where Lady Eleanor awaited. Upon seeing Julian, she stood, her posture stiff. "Lady Eleanor," Julian began, "I understand this is a difficult situation. I did not come here to claim anything, only to understand my origins." She studied him for a moment before responding. "You have your father's eyes." Julian offered a faint smile. "So I've been told." She gestured for him to sit. "Perhaps we should talk." Within the days that followed, the solicitor arrived to read Edward Devereux's will. The family gathered in the library, the atmosphere tense. The solicitor cleared his throat. "According to Lord Devereux's last testament, dated 2 weeks prior to his death, he bequeaths the majority of his estate to his son, Julian." Gasps echoed through the room. Charlotte's face paled, while Lady Eleanor remained stoic. "The solicitor," continued, "Lady Eleanor is to retain the manor and a substantial annuity. Miss Charlotte is to receive a trust fund." Julian looked around the room, his expression unreadable. Poirot's reflection. As the sun set on Devereux Manor, Poirot and Hastings took a walk in the garden. "A most complex case, Hastings," Poirot mused. "Indeed, Poirot. The layers of deception, the hidden motives. It was like peeling an onion." Poirot chuckled, and with each layer, tears were shed. Hastings smiled. "Do you believe the family will find peace?" Poirot paused, gazing at the horizon. "In time, perhaps. Truth, though painful, is the first step towards healing." Chapter 7. The gathering storm that had broken over Devereux Manor in the form of truths long buried, was far from passing. In the days following the will's reading, silence hung heavy in the halls. Words, when spoken, were cautious, emotions guarded, and yet, within each member of the household, a change was stirring, some subtle, some fierce, all inevitable. Lady Eleanor's resolve. Lady Eleanor rose earlier than usual that morning. The window panes were misted with dew, and the scent of lavender lingered faintly from the garden below. She sat at her desk, going through household correspondence with careful precision, her way of restoring order where chaos had begun to nest. When Poirot entered, she gestured to the chair across. "From her I have been thinking," she said, her tone even. "There must be a reckoning, not a punishment, but a settling of debts, emotional, moral, familial." Poirot regarded her with sympathy. "You are a woman of great courage, madame. Few could so quickly take stock of a wounded household." "Do not have the luxury of falling apart," she replied. Not yet, but I must speak to my family, all of them, today. Poirot bowed his head. A gathering. C'est exactement ce qu'il faut. 2. Charlotte's gilt Charlotte sat by the old greenhouse, a forgotten shawl draped over her shoulders. The roses outside had begun to wilt in the late autumn chill, and her eyes followed the withered edges of their petals, as if reading a secret, script. Hastings found her there, having been sent by Poirot with no clear errand but kindness. "You know," he said as he stood beside her, "the roses bloom again. They always do." She gave a tired smile. "They do, but not always from the same roots. I think you've suffered enough. What you did, it was foolish, yes, and wrong, but not malicious. I didn't forge that letter out of greed," she whispered. "It was fear, that Julian would come and destroy everything. Yet it was already crumbling," Hastings said softly. "Secrets, Charlotte, are termites. They do the worst damage unseen." She closed her eyes. "I will speak. I'll say everything tonight." Julian's integration spent the day exploring the estate alone, careful not to step on familiar paths, as if doing so might trespass on memories that weren't his. He found the stables now unused, the family chapel, a bench where perhaps his father once sat with a cup of tea. He was not brooding, but observing, cataloguing a life that might have been. Inside, the servants regarded him curiously, some kindly, others coldly. He returned their greetings with the gentle neutrality of someone unsure whether to be guest or heir. When Poirot joined him in the small library after luncheon, Julian was leafing through old books. "You feel like an impostor, n'est-ce pas?" Poirot asked. Julian smiled faintly. "How does one inherit a life he never lived?" "With patience," Poirot said, "and humility. Your presence is not an invasion, monsieur. It is the consequence of truth." Julian closed the book. "I will attend Lady Eleanor's meeting, but I will not beg for belonging." "You will not need to," Poirot replied. "The truth is enough." The family meeting. They gathered in the drawing-room as the grandfather clock struck 7. The fire crackled, and a storm was beginning to roll outside, a fitting backdrop to the emotional storm indoors. Lady Eleanor stood tall and composed. Poirot took no seat, but stood near the hearth, watching every movement, every twitch, every silence. "I have asked you here," Lady Eleanor began, "because too much has been hidden, and I will hide nothing further." Charlotte looked down at her hands. James crossed his arms. Julian stood near the window, back straight. Charlotte was the first to speak. "I forged the letter. It was me." The admission fell like a stone. She looked up, eyes shining. "I was afraid. I thought if Julian claimed the inheritance, I would be left with nothing. I didn't kill father, but I did try to deceive you all, and I am sorry." James let out a short breath. "You should have told me." "You would have stopped me," she said, "or joined me. I wasn't sure which." Julian stepped forward. "I forgive you." Charlotte blinked. "You do?" "I never wanted a fight. I wanted answers." Lady Eleanor nodded. "You will have them. All of you will. Edward made mistakes, deep ones, but they need not define us." James spoke last. "And what of the estate?" Julian answered calmly. "I'm not here to take anything from anyone. Perhaps We can manage it together." Lady Eleanor sat down at last, her strength spent. "Then let it be so." Poirot's reflection. The wind had picked up, and Poirot and Hastings stood by the French windows, watching the rain trail down the glass. "You know, Poirot," Hastings said, "for a family in crisis, that went surprisingly well." Poirot raised an eyebrow. "Did it, mon ami? The truth is a door, but forgiveness is a journey." They seemed sincere. "They are," Poirot agreed, "but sincerity today does not prevent doubt tomorrow. It will take time." "You think they'll manage it?" Poirot smiled. "With effort, with grace, and with a little help from their little grey cells. Yes, I believe they will." Chapter 8. The Letter in the Lining. Despite the family's apparent reconciliation, Hercule Poirot remained restless. Something still lingered beneath the surface, unspoken and elusive. He had learned through long experience that moments of emotional catharsis often bred complacency. But the truth, real truth, did not settle so easily. A new unease. The next morning Poirot sat in the breakfast-room with Hastings, sipping his customary tisane. His gaze, however, was fixed not on his cup, but on the window, where the last remnants of the storm had passed, leaving behind a washed and gleaming estate. "There is still something out of place, Hastings," Poirot murmured. Hastings frowned. "You're not referring to Charlotte's confession or Julian's legitimacy, are you?" No. That chapter is closed, or so it appears. But there is a note, how do you say, a dissonance in the harmony of facts. Lady Eleanor entered at that moment, and Poirot greeted her warmly. "Madam, I would like to examine your late husband's wardrobe once again. There is a detail that troubles me." Surprised, she nodded. "Of course, though I cannot imagine what remains to be discovered." Poirot smiled. "That, madame, is precisely why we must look again. 2. The hidden letter." The master bedroom remained untouched since Edward Devereux's death, eerily preserved. Poirot stepped carefully to the heavy oak wardrobe, where the locked compartment had once concealed the altered will. He now studied, not the shelves, but the coat linings, seams, and inner corners of the garments left behind. It was in the lining of a tailored overcoat, thick with dust and long unused, that his fingers found something. A folded slip of old paper, stitched beneath, a seam. With delicate precision, Poirot drew it out. Lady Eleanor gasped. "I've never seen that coat before." Poirot unfolded the note. The writing was unmistakably Edward's, neat, efficient, precise. "If something happens to me, do not trust James. I fear he has become too invested in my death." Poirot's eyes narrowed. "Voilà," he murmured, "the piece that refused to fit." Hastings' doubts back downstairs. Hastings read the note twice. But surely this changes everything. James has a motive now. An explicit warning from Edward himself. Poirot shook his head. "It changes nothing, mon ami. Or rather, it changes how we interpret everything we thought we knew." "You still think James didn't kill him?" "I think," said Poirot slowly, "that a man can write something true and still be wrong." Hastings blinked. But why would Edward write that if he wasn't certain? Poirot leaned forward, Because fear distorts reason, and in this family, mistrust runs as deep as blood. James confronted Poirot, did not hesitate. He asked James to meet him privately in the billiards room that evening. The heir apparent was guarded but confident. "You've found something, haven't you?" "A letter," Poirot said simply. "From your father." He handed the slip over. James read it with visible alarm, his jaw tightening. "I knew he didn't trust me," James muttered. "He suspected everything after I questioned him about the will." Poirot was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Did you want him dead, Monsieur James?" James looked up, eyes hard. "No, I wanted him to see me, really see me. Not just as the soldier or the one who carried the family name, but as someone worthy of his trust. Instead, he gave it to Julian." "But you did argue." "Yes, bitterly, 2 days before he died, but I left him alive." Poirot nodded. "You realize, of course, this letter paints you as a suspect once more." James's mouth twisted into a bitter smile. "What else is new?" 5. Charlotte's Whisper. Later that night, Charlotte came to Poirot in secret. "There's something I didn't say before," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "About the night father died." Poirot gestured for her to sit. Saw James leave father's study in the late hours, long after everyone was asleep. He looked shaken. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" "I wasn't sure if I imagined it, and I was too wrapped up in my own deception." Poirot nodded, silent. "Merci, mademoiselle. It may be the final thread." 6. A locked drawer. Reopened, Poirot returned to Edward's study one last time, this time requesting Julian's company. Together they examined Edward's desk, the same, one where the altered will had been read. But Poirot's attention was on the bottom drawer, locked still. Lady Eleanor had once said she didn't know where the key was. Julian frowned. He used to hide spare keys in the umbrella stand. Sure enough, beneath the brass base of an old walking stick was a small iron key. Inside the drawer was a journal, not a diary of emotion, but a ledger, Edward's private financial records. What they revealed chilled Poirot to the core. "There was a payment," Julian said, stunned. "Large, repeated, to someone named S.W." Poirot tapped the entries. Regular payments, then a sudden stop, 3 weeks before Edward's death. And here a note. S.W. threatened to tell Eleanor if I cease. Julian paled. Blackmail? Poirot exhaled deeply. "Oui. And now we must discover who is S.W. Chapter 9. The Identity of S.W. The evening air was heavy with tension, a quiet prelude to the final resolution. Poirot paced slowly in the drawing-room, his mind piecing together the fragments of information, each clue slipping into place like the final pieces of an intricate puzzle. The discovery of the financial ledger had shifted the investigation toward new and unexpected territory. The mysterious S.W. Poirot, after much deliberation, finally spoke aloud, his words measured. "S.W., he repeated, his voice barely audible, as if testing the very weight of the initials. Who, I wonder, could this person be? Someone whose presence is hidden beneath the financial veil, whose very existence is cloaked in secrecy. But the journal speaks of a threat. S.W. threatened to tell Eleanor. Hastings, ever the practical one, leaned forward. Could it be someone from Edward's past? A business associate, perhaps? Poirot shook his head. It is more than that. Edward's business dealings are transparent, well documented. No, this is something personal, someone close. Someone close? Hastings echoed, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. But who? Poirot stood still, his fingers lightly drumming against the edge of his chin. His gaze shifted toward the fireplace, as though searching for the answers within the flickering shadows. It is always those closest to us who hold the greatest sway over our actions. Eleanor, Julian, Charlotte, even James. But there is one more. A figure who has lingered in the background, almost invisible, but undeniably present in the patterns. Hastings' eyes widened. You don't mean... Poirot nodded slowly, the weight of the realization settling over him. Yes, mon ami, the one person who could have been both the architect of Edward's financial dealings and the source of his deepest fears, Mrs. Lyle. Mrs. Lyle? Hastings repeated, stunned. But she's Edward's personal assistant, surely. Precisely, Poirot responded. And therein lies the subtlety of the deception. Edward trusted Mrs. Lyle implicitly. She was his confidant, his right hand, and yet her presence was always marked by an air of quiet authority. A woman who knew too much for someone in her position. Hastings took a deep breath. So you think she was blackmailing Edward? I do, Poirot said, his tone resolute. Edward's financial irregularities were not simply business deals gone wrong. No, Mrs. Lyle had knowledge of something far darker, something that could ruin him. Confronting Mrs. Lyle, Poirot wasted no time in setting the stage for his confrontation. He requested that Mrs. Lyle join him in Edward's study, where the atmosphere was heavy with the remnants of the past, a place where the truth could be extracted from the shadows. When she entered, Mrs. Lyle's usual composure was replaced with an unsettling wariness. She was a woman in her mid-40s, tall, with sharp features and a quiet elegance that belied the secrets she harboured. Poirot studied her carefully. "Madame Lyle, I trust you are well this evening." "I am," she replied, her voice cool and measured, though there was a subtle tremor in her hands as she set down her gloves on the nearby table. Poirot gestured toward the chair. "Please, have a seat. We must discuss some important matters." Lyle's gaze flickered briefly to the ledger on the desk, but she quickly masked her reaction. "I don't know what this is about, Monsieur Poirot, but if it concerns the estate, I must inform you that I have already done my duty in assisting Lady Eleanor with the arrangements." Poirot smiled gently. "I am aware of that, madame. But there are matters far beyond the financial ones. We know about the payments, the blackmail." For a moment Mrs. Lyle seemed to stiffen, her face paling, but she quickly regained control. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Poirot's gaze sharpened. "You have hidden your secrets well, Mrs. Lyle, but it is only a matter of time before they are exposed. You had something over Edward, something that would ruin him. You had the means to blackmail him. Mrs. Lyle's eyes flickered with uncertainty before she regained her composure. "Monsieur Poirot, this is absurd. You are mistaken." Poirot leaned forward, his voice low but intense. "We know that you were the one who demanded money from him, that you threatened to tell Lady Eleanor. The journal proves it, the letters, Edward's fear of you, and your power over him." Mrs. Lyle's facade cracked for a moment, just a fleeting moment, but enough for Poirot to see the truth in her eyes, the fear, the guilt. And yet she quickly recovered, straightening herself, as if bracing for a final blow. "Very well," she said, her voice resigned. "I did threaten him, but it was not for money, not entirely. It was because I wanted to control him. I wanted to be the one who decided how the estate would be run. Edward had a secret, one that I had uncovered years ago, a secret that could destroy him, one he could not afford to let anyone know." Poirot's gaze never wavered. "And what was that secret?" Mrs. Lyle hesitated for a long moment, as if considering whether to reveal it. Finally she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Edward was not the man he appeared to be. He had affairs, several over the years, and not just with women. There were other arrangements, the kind that could ruin a man's reputation completely. And I knew about them. I was the one who kept him in check. Poirot's mind raced. This was the missing piece. The crux of the mystery lay not in murder or theft, but in the twisted relationship of power and manipulation that had bound Edward and Mrs. Lyle together for years. The true motive Hastings, who had been standing quietly by the door, exchanged a glance with Poirot. This was the moment. The truth was out, but the pieces still had to fall into place. "Why kill him, then?" Hastings asked, his voice laced with incredulity. "Why go this far?" Mrs. Lyle's eyes darkened, "Because I knew he was planning to cut me out of everything. He was going to tell Lady Eleanor the truth, to expose me. And once that happened, my hold over him would be gone. He was going to ruin me." "And you killed him to prevent that?" "I didn't mean to kill him," Mrs. Lyle said, her voice trembling. "But when I confronted him, when he said he was going to tell Eleanor, I lost control. I didn't plan it. I never intended for him to die." Poirot's eyes narrowed. "So it was an accident?" "No, not exactly. I used the poison. It was meant to be a warning, just a small dose. But when Edward fell, it was too late to stop it." Poirot's mind clicked into place. "And the wardrobe. You knew he would go to his study, and you knew the wardrobe had been tampered with before, so you made sure to plant the evidence." Mrs. Lyle nodded. "I needed it to look like someone else. James, or even Lady Eleanor herself. I had to divert suspicion. No one could know the truth. The final revelation." Poirot took a deep breath, allowing the truth to settle around him. It was not the simplest solution, nor the most obvious, but it was the one that made sense. "Madame Lyle, you were the one who had everything to gain from Edward's death, and yet it was your own fear of exposure that led to his undoing." Her shoulders slumped. "Yes, I am guilty, but I did not want this. I only wanted to control the situation." Poirot turned to Hastings, signalling the end of the conversation. "The case is closed. The murderer has been found." Chapter 10. The final gathering. The night had fallen quiet, as the guests gathered once again in the grand drawing-room. The flickering fire in the hearth did little to dispel the tension that hung in the air like an invisible shroud. Poirot stood by the window, his hands folded neatly behind his back, his mind sharp as ever as he prepared for the final confrontation. Lady Eleanor, Charlotte, Julian, and James had all arrived, their faces masked with uncertainty and a touch of apprehension. The last few days had been filled with questions, but no answers until now. The pieces had finally fallen into place, and Poirot was ready to present his conclusions. The gathering of the Clues Hastings, who had been quietly observing the others, exchanged a knowing glance with Poirot. The detective's calm composure was unshaken, his every gesture measured. He turned to face the assembled group, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed each face with his usual precision. "The time has come," Poirot said softly, his voice commanding attention, "to reveal the truth that has been hidden under layers of deception. You have all been part of a puzzle, one in which the pieces seem to fit but never quite aligned. Now, I will make them whole." There was a ripple of nervous energy among the group as they shifted in their seats. Lady Eleanor's face was pale, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, while Julian and Charlotte exchanged anxious glances. James sat stiffly, his expression unreadable. Poirot's gaze swept over the group before he spoke again. "I will begin with the most important fact. Edward was killed by someone who was close to him, someone he trusted completely, and someone who had the most to lose if the truth about Edward's secrets were revealed." Lady Eleanor's eyes widened. "You don't mean—" Poirot nodded, his expression grim. "Yes, madame. The murderer is none other than your trusted assistant, Mrs. Lyle." A collective gasp filled the room as Mrs. Lyle, who had been standing quietly by the door, stepped forward. Her posture was stiff, her face pale but composed. The shock was evident in her eyes, but there was no fear, no real surprise. She had known this moment would come. The confession Poirot turned to Mrs. Lyle, his gaze unwavering. "You have played your part in this crime, madame. Your role was subtle, yet significant. You knew the man you worked for, Edward, had secrets. Dark secrets that, if exposed, would ruin him and destroy the life he had built." Mrs. Lyle's lips trembled slightly, but she said nothing. "The ledger, which you tried so hard to keep, hidden, contained more than just financial irregularities," Poirot continued. "It revealed that Edward had been involved in illicit affairs, both with women and with individuals whose names he could not afford to have associated with him. Your knowledge of these affairs gave you the power to manipulate him." Hastings shifted uneasily, but Poirot did not look away from Mrs. Lyle. "You threatened to reveal his secrets, did you not? You knew that if you did, Edward would be finished. His reputation would be shattered, his wealth dissipated. But you underestimated one thing, madam: Edward's strength of will. He was preparing to tell Lady Eleanor the truth. He had decided that the time had come to expose you, and that, madame, was what pushed you to murder." Mrs. Lyle finally spoke, her voice a thin whisper. "I didn't want to kill him. I never meant for it to happen." Poirot's eyes softened, but his voice remained firm. "But you did. The poison you administered was meant to be a warning, just a small dose to frighten him. But as is so often the case, a warning can spiral into something far more deadly." She looked away, unable to meet his gaze. "I only wanted to control him, to keep him in my power." Poirot nodded. "And you did so successfully, until he tried to break free." Lady Eleanor, her voice trembling, spoke up. "But how? How did he die? The wardrobe? Why was it so important?" Poirot turned to her, his expression thoughtful. "The wardrobe," he said slowly, "was part of the deception." Mrs. Lyle knew that Edward would be found in his study, so she made sure that the wardrobe was tampered with. The marks inside the wood were not made by anyone else. It was Mrs. Lyle who had been responsible. She had planned it meticulously, making it appear as though a struggle had taken place. James' voice broke through the tension. "But why the wardrobe, Poirot? What does it mean?" Poirot raised a finger. "The wardrobe was a symbol, monsieur. A symbol of containment. A place where secrets were locked away. Mrs. Lyle knew that. The wardrobe would be examined, and that the peculiar marks inside it would suggest a physical struggle. But she did not count on one thing: the little grey cells of Hercule Poirot." He paused dramatically, allowing the weight of his words to settle. "You see, the marks were not made by Edward or anyone else who might have struggled with him. They were made by Mrs. Lyle herself, in her desperate attempt to stage the crime." The final twist of silence descended over the room, the weight of Poirot's words hanging in the air. Mrs. Lyle, her face now drained of colour, took a step back. There was no more hiding from the truth. The game was up, but Poirot was not finished. "There is one more thing, a final revelation," he continued, his voice calm but resolute. "The final clue, which I had suspected all along. The initials, S.W., found in the financial ledger. You see, Madame Lyle, your power over Edward was not just derived from his secrets, but from your ability to control his finances." Mrs. Lyle's eyes flickered with panic, but Poirot pressed on. "S.W. was not an external threat. It was you. You had manipulated Edward's investments, controlling his wealth and leading him into financial ruin. S.W., the secret, wealth you had hidden, was the leverage you used to blackmail him. You were the one behind the mysterious transactions." Mrs. Lyle took a deep breath, finally breaking down. "It was true. I controlled him. I had to. It was the only way to keep him in my power." Poirot turned to the others, his face grave. "You see, every aspect of this crime was a calculated move. Mrs. Lyle was the mastermind behind it all, using her position of trust to manipulate and control Edward. She knew exactly how to make him dance to her tune." Justice and reflection. Room was filled with a sense of finality as Poirot's words settled. Mrs. Lyle was arrested, her fate sealed by her own actions. The truth had come to light, but there was little satisfaction to be found in the revelation. It was a tragic tale of power, control, and the consequences of manipulation. Lady Eleanor's voice, soft with disbelief, cut through the stillness. "I never thought it would be her. She seemed so loyal, so devoted to Edward." Poirot gave a small, understanding smile. "That, madame, is the true danger. The ones who are closest to us are often the ones who have the most to hide." As the authorities arrived to take Mrs. Lyle away, Poirot turned to the group, his gaze thoughtful. "And so, the case is closed. Justice has been served." Hastings, ever the optimist, looked at Poirot with a smile. "Well, Poirot, it seems your little grey cells have once again unravelled the truth." Poirot's lips curled into a wry smile. "It is always a matter of precision, Hastings. The human mind is the most complicated puzzle of all." With that, Poirot turned toward the door, his footsteps light as he prepared to leave the house of mystery behind him. "I shall leave you now," he said, his voice full of quiet finality. "But remember this, truth has a way of coming to light, no matter how deeply it is hidden. Until next time, my friends." And with that, Hercule Poirot walked out into the night, leaving behind a world forever changed by his unmatched brilliance. Chapter 11. The Final Puzzle. A few weeks had passed since the case of the locked wardrobe was resolved. The winter chill had given way to the early signs of spring, and the house where the murder had taken place was quieter now, its echoes of tragedy and mystery fading into the distance. Yet, for Hercule Poirot, the reverberations of the case lingered. It had been a difficult one, filled with intricate human emotions and deceptive motives, all wrapped in the facade of a well-bred, high-society family. The crime itself had been baffling at first, too many twists, too many false leads. But Poirot had trusted his little grey cells, and in the end the puzzle had revealed its true form. Yet there was something that still bothered him, something that tugged at the back of his mind, like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. Hastings, always the optimist, had returned to England, his mind already moving on to the next adventure, but Poirot found himself lingering, looking over the details of the case once more. He had not yet shared his final thoughts with anyone, not even with his loyal friend. The truth had been uncovered, but something about it felt unfinished. Quiet afternoon. Poirot sat at his desk, the soft tick of the clock the only sound in the room. He opened the file on the case once more. The statements, the evidence, the subtle nuances of the suspect's behaviour. As he sifted through the familiar pages, a single detail struck him, one that had slipped his notice in the frenzy of the investigation. It was something Mrs. Lyle had said during her confession, something that didn't quite match with the rest of her narrative. At the time, Poirot had attributed it to her guilt, but now, looking back, he was not so sure. There was an odd phrase she had used, almost in passing, as if it was an afterthought. Edward always had a way of getting what he wanted, even from the grave. It had seemed a strange, almost cryptic thing to say. But Poirot had been so focused on the immediate confession, on the emotions swirling around the crime, that he hadn't given it a second thought. But now, in the silence of his study, the words echoed in his mind. What did Mrs. Lyle mean by that? Had she truly acted alone, or had someone else been pulling the strings? The idea that she might have been manipulated, perhaps by someone with even darker motives, seemed absurd at first. Yet there was always the possibility that Poirot had missed something. With a sharp intake of breath, Poirot rose from his desk and began pacing. He could feel the stirrings of a new mystery forming, a delicate thread that might unravel the entire case. There was no time to waste. His mind was sharp, and his instincts told him there was more to this story than met the eye. He would not allow the case to close so simply. Without delay, Poirot telephoned Hastings. "Hastings, it is Hercule Poirot. I must ask for your assistance once more. I have a matter that requires your insight." Within the hour, Hastings arrived, his face filled with curiosity. "What's this about, Poirot? I thought the case was closed." Poirot motioned for Hastings to sit. "Ah, my friend, you are right. On the surface, everything has been resolved. Mrs. Lyle confessed to the crime, and the authorities have acted accordingly. But there is a small detail, a shadow in the case that I have yet to dispel." Hastings raised an eyebrow. "A shadow? You mean there's more to it?" Poirot nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, it is something Mrs. Lyle said during her confession. Edward always had a way of getting what he wanted, even from the grave. These words have troubled me ever since, and I now believe they are more than mere remorse. They are a clue, a message, left behind by someone who was not entirely forthcoming." Hastings was quiet for a moment, considering the implications. "So you think someone else was involved in Edward's death? Someone we overlooked?" Poirot's eyes gleamed with intensity. "Exactly. There is someone in this case who has managed to remain in the shadows, someone who may have manipulated Mrs. Lyle, or perhaps even orchestrated the entire crime. We must revisit the evidence and look for any inconsistencies, any overlooked detail that might give us a new lead." Poirot and Hastings spent the next several hours poring over the case files, scrutinizing every witness statement, every clue, every seemingly insignificant remark. It was a tedious task, but Poirot's mind was relentless, his attention to detail unmatched. As they dug deeper into the relationships between the key players, Poirot began to see patterns emerging, patterns he had missed the first time around. There was the subtle tension between Mrs. Lyle and her daughter, Eleanor, who had seemed so disinterested in the case. There was the odd behaviour of the housekeeper, Mrs. Prescott, who had been far too calm throughout the investigation. And then there was the strange appearance of the locked wardrobe, a detail that had once seemed so trivial, but now appeared to be the key to everything. Poirot stood up suddenly, a sharp realization lighting up his eyes. "It is not enough, mon ami, to look at the crime itself. We must look at the entire setup, the locked wardrobe, the carefully staged scene. Someone wanted us to focus on Mrs. Lyle. They wanted us to see her as the murderer. But the truth is, she was merely a pawn in someone else's game." Hastings looked at him, bewildered. "So you think someone planted the evidence? Someone made it look like she was guilty?" Poirot nodded. "Precisely, and I believe I know who it is." They hurried to the estate once more, Poirot's mind racing with the pieces of the puzzle coming together. As they arrived, Poirot made his way to the room where the crime had taken place, examining the scene one more time, this time with a fresh perspective. And there, hidden in plain sight, was the final clue. A small, almost invisible scratch on the inside of the wardrobe. It was a detail no one had noticed before, but Poirot could see it clearly now. The scratch was too deliberate to be an accident. Someone had been trying to send a message. Poirot turned to Hastings, his face now illuminated with the satisfaction of a mind that had unlocked the final mystery. It was Mrs. Prescott Hastings, the housekeeper. She had been the one to manipulate Mrs. Lyle, pushing her into the crime. and in the end she planted the evidence to make sure we would never look beyond Mrs. Lyle. With that, Poirot set into motion the final part of the investigation, and within hours Mrs. Prescott was arrested, her motives revealed. The quiet house was never the same again, but Poirot left it with the knowledge that he had once again solved a case that seemed unsolvable. As he walked away, Hastings at his side, Poirot's mind turned inward, reflecting on the strange intricacies of human nature. In the end, it was not just about solving the mystery. It was about understanding the hidden desires, fears, and motives that drove people to commit even the most heinous acts. And with that thought, Poirot's final words echoed in his mind. The truth, Hastings, is always there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered, if only we have the courage to look. Chapter 12. A Final Reflection. The case had ended, but the satisfaction of Poirot's mind was not derived from the capture of the criminal alone. He always said that to solve a case was the least of the matters. Understanding the forces that drove people to commit such acts was what intrigued him most. The puzzles, the human motivations, the subtlety of deception. It was an endless web he never tired of unravelling. The streets of London were bathed in a golden light as the spring sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that stretched across the city. Poirot and Hastings strolled leisurely, the quiet hum of London's evening activity rising around them. Hastings was silent, content for once not to ask the many questions that had been gnawing at him. After all, Poirot had shared the final solution to the case, and the criminal had been apprehended. The world was set to move on. But for Poirot, the ending was never as simple as the mere conclusion of the mystery. The details still danced in his mind. The layers of human nature, the complexities of the crime, and the fragile connections that bound everyone involved. "I have been thinking, mon ami," Poirot said, breaking the silence. Hastings glanced at him. "About what, Poirot?" "The way we understand the actions of others," Poirot replied, adjusting the perfectly positioned bow tie that defined his sharp appearance. "How we perceive guilt, ambition, fear. These are the true engines of human behaviour. It is easy, you know, to look at a crime and believe it has one face. We are quick to assign blame, to construct a narrative that feels comfortable. But the truth is never that simple." Hastings raised his eyebrows. "So, you're saying that Prescott wasn't the real mastermind after all?" Poirot shook his head gently. "Ah, Hastings, you misunderstand. Mrs. Prescott was indeed guilty, and she orchestrated much of what happened. But it is her mind I find fascinating, not merely her actions. What drove her to such lengths? Why did she choose to manipulate Mrs. Lyle into committing the crime when she could have taken matters into her own hands? That, my dear Hastings, is what intrigued me." Hastings reflected on Poirot's words. It was true that while the case had been solved, Poirot's insight had gone deeper than anyone else's. While most detectives might have revelled in the mechanics of the crime, the locked wardrobe, the misdirection, Poirot had sought to understand the psychology behind it, and it was this unyielding focus on the human heart that had made him so successful. "Now that it's over," Hastings said after a moment, "do you feel satisfied with the resolution? I mean, You worked it all out, but was it everything you expected?" Poirot smiled, the corner of his lips twitching upward in that familiar, enigmatic way. "Satisfaction, my friend, is fleeting. The truth is rarely as neat as we wish it to be. What we uncover in the end is often not the whole story, and that can be both comforting and unnerving." Comforting and unnerving? How do you mean? "It is comforting because the crime is solved, and justice has been served. But it is unnerving because there will always be elements we cannot see, forces we cannot entirely understand. We seek clarity, Hastings, but life is full of grey areas. That is the true nature of our existence." Hastings looked thoughtful. "I suppose that's true, Poirot. The world is complicated, isn't it?" "Indeed," Poirot agreed, his tone softening. "And that is why I continue to work. It is not merely to solve the case, but to understand the people who create these mysteries, the locked wardrobe, the hidden secrets. It is always the human element that fascinates me." The two men continued their walk, the sounds of London's busy streets fading into the background as they moved further away from the case. Yet, in Poirot's mind, the intricacies of human nature, the hidden motives, and the secrets they kept would never truly be gone. They were always lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. As they walked, Poirot's thoughts turned inward, reflecting on the case and the people involved. Mrs. Prescott, the housekeeper, had been driven by a twisted sense of control and power. She had orchestrated the crime to remove a perceived obstacle, manipulating her way into the shadows of the household's affairs. Her motive was not the greed for wealth, but the desire to dominate, an insidious form of control that led her down a dark and dangerous path. Mrs. Lyle, on the other hand, had been the victim of a deeper manipulation. She had been forced into a situation where she felt there was no escape, her actions driven by fear and guilt. In the end, she had confessed to the crime, but it was Poirot who had uncovered the real source of the crime, the person who had stood at the heart of it all. "Do you think Mrs. Prescott would ever have been able to live with herself?" Hastings asked, breaking the silence once more. Poirot paused and turned to face his friend. "She will carry her guilt, of course. All criminals do in some form. But the greatest punishment is not always the law's hand, Hastings. It is the reflection of one's own actions in the mirror of the soul." Hastings nodded, understanding. "And what about Mrs. Lyle? Do you think she'll find peace?" Poirot's eyes darkened slightly. "Peace is not always something we can find after committing such acts. It is a fragile thing, Hastings, and often elusive. But she will live with the knowledge that justice has been served. In that, there may be some small measure of comfort." As they walked, Poirot's thoughts returned to his earlier reflections, the puzzles that life presented, the complexity of human nature, the shadowy depths that few dared to explore. Each case he solved added another layer to his understanding. Yet with each revelation, he was reminded of how little he truly knew. Perhaps it was this paradox, this constant tension between knowing and unknowing, that kept him so determined. He turned to Hastings with a final, quiet thought. "The world, my friend, is full of mysteries, not just those that can be solved, but those that remain forever, beyond our grasp. That is why I continue, why I never tire of the game. It is not the answers, Hastings, that matter most, but the questions. They are the ones that keep us moving forward." Hastings smiled softly, nodding. "Well, Poirot, I have to say, your insight into the human condition never fails to amaze me. You've solved this case, but I suppose there will always be more to uncover." "Indeed, Hastings, there will always be more." And with that, they both knew this would not be the last time Hercule Poirot would be called upon to untangle the mysteries of the human heart. But for now, the case was done. Justice had been served, the criminal apprehended, and Poirot's mind, though still restless, was content for the moment. Chapter 13. The Mysterious Return. The sun had barely begun to rise over London, casting a soft golden light over the city's rooftops. It had been several weeks since the Prescott case had been solved, and Hercule Poirot had returned to his usual, almost hermit-like existence. His small apartment was an oasis of order, filled with books, papers, and the occasional cup of tea. The silence of his surroundings, though familiar, had begun to weigh on him. Poirot thrived on the puzzles of life, and the absence of a fresh mystery left him restless. It was on one such morning, as Poirot sat in his favourite armchair, sipping his tea and contemplating the depths of the human psyche, that the telephone rang. "Ah," Poirot murmured to himself, "it is time." The voice on the other end was a familiar one, his long-time friend and confidant, Captain Hastings. "Poirot, you'll never believe this, but I've just received an odd request," Hastings said, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and curiosity. "It's from none other than Mrs. Lyle, the very woman you helped clear up in the Prescott case. She insists that she needs your help once more." Poirot's eyebrow arched in curiosity. "Mrs. Lyle, you say? Interesting. Tell me more." "Well, she didn't go into much detail," Hastings continued, "but she sounded desperate. She mentioned something about a dangerous secret, something tied to the events we uncovered before. She's adamant that there's more to the story, Poirot, something that was overlooked." Poirot's mind immediately went into overdrive. Mrs. Lyle had been an unwilling accomplice, manipulated by Prescott. Could there truly be more to her involvement? Or had some other hidden force been at play during the investigation? The idea of unfinished business intrigued Poirot. He had never liked leaving questions unanswered. "I will see her at once," Poirot declared, rising from his chair with his usual composure. "Tell her to meet me at my office tomorrow afternoon." The following day, Poirot sat in his private study, the door slightly ajar as he waited for Mrs. Lyle's arrival. The room was impeccably arranged, each item in its place. He had learned long ago that clarity of the surroundings often led to clarity of thought. When Mrs. Lyle entered, her expression was tight with anxiety, her hands nervously clutching a small leather bag. She looked dishevelled, as if the weight of her own thoughts had driven her into some form of disarray. "Ah, Madame Lyle," Poirot greeted her, his voice soothing but firm. "Please, sit down. You seem troubled." She sat down across from him, her face pale, her eyes darting nervously. "Poirot, I don't know where to begin," she whispered, her voice shaking. "I thought it was all over. But now I realize there was something we missed. Something I missed. Poirot leaned forward, his sharp eyes never leaving her face. Tell me, madame. You have my full attention. Mrs. Lyle inhaled deeply and then spoke in a hurried tone. Before the crime happened, the murder in Prescott's house, I noticed something strange, something in Prescott's behaviour, something I didn't fully understand at the time. She would talk about a man, someone from her past, someone she seemed to be afraid of. I never took it seriously, but now I fear it was connected to everything. Poirot's mind raced. A man from Prescott's past? This was new information. Was it possible that the true motive behind the crime was not simply Prescott's desire for control, but something far darker, something buried in her past? "What is this man's name?" Poirot asked, his voice calm but insistent. "I don't know," Mrs. Lyle admitted. "I never got the full details, but I remember her saying his name once, only once, when she was particularly agitated. She called him Marcus." Poirot's eyes narrowed. "Marcus? And you say she feared him?" Mrs. Lyle nodded vigorously. "Yes, Poirot. I saw it in her eyes, fear. And there was something else. Something about a letter, she said, she'd hidden from everyone. I don't know if it's connected, but I feel as though I'm being dragged back into something much darker than I ever imagined." Poirot sat back, his mind whirring. He knew that what Mrs. Lyle had just revealed could be the key to everything. Something that had been right in front of him all along. Something so subtle that even he had missed it. "Tell me, madame," Poirot said carefully. "Where is this letter? You must know where it is hidden." Mrs. Lyle hesitated, but only for a moment. "I don't know exactly, but Prescott once mentioned it being in the house, in the study. She was always so protective of it. I don't know what was in it, Poirot, but I think it could explain everything." Poirot's expression remained unreadable, but internally his mind began to make connections. The letter, the mysterious man named Marcus, Prescott's fear. It all pointed to something deeper than the surface case of greed and manipulation. "There is more to this mystery than meets the eye, madam," Poirot said, rising from his chair. "We must go to Prescott's house. If this letter exists, we must find it. It holds the key to all of this." As Poirot and Mrs. Lyle arrived at Prescott's residence, the house stood before them like a silent witness to the past. The once grand mansion, now seemingly abandoned, seemed to exude an eerie presence. No one had entered since the murder, and the air was thick with a sense of forgotten secrets. Poirot led Mrs. Lyle to the study, the room where Prescott had spent much of her time. He scanned the surroundings with his sharp eyes, taking in every detail. The desk, the shelves, the books, all meticulously arranged, just as one would expect in Prescott's world of control. Poirot's eyes narrowed as he approached the desk. He began carefully examining the drawers, pulling them open one by one. Each contained mundane items, papers, letters and books. But then, as his hand brushed across the back of one drawer, he felt something. A small hidden compartment with a delicate motion. Poirot slid open the hidden compartment. Inside, tucked away beneath a stack of old papers, was a letter, a yellowed, fragile envelope. Poirot held it up, turning it over in his hands. "This is it," Poirot whispered. "The letter that Prescott hid so carefully." He opened the envelope with the utmost care, revealing the contents inside. The letter was dated years ago, written in a hurried, almost frantic hand. As Poirot read the words, his eyes hardened. "It is as I suspected," Poirot said, his voice cold. "Marcus was no mere acquaintance. He was someone who held power over Prescott, someone who controlled her life, perhaps even her fate." The letter detailed Prescott's fear of Marcus, revealing a twisted history between them, one of manipulation, threats, and an unbreakable bond forged in the shadows of her past. Prescott had been trying to free herself from Marcus's grasp, and the murder had been a desperate act to break free. Poirot turned to Mrs. Lyle, his face grave. "Now we understand. The real motive was not the desire for wealth, but the need for freedom. Prescott was willing to sacrifice everything, her life, her reputation, to escape Marcus." As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Poirot realized that this new information changed everything. Prescott had been a prisoner of her own past, a victim of a dangerous game that had spiraled out of control. "The mystery is not over." "Madame Lyle," Poirot said, his voice resolute. "The truth behind Prescott's fear must be exposed. Marcus must be found." The game was far from finished. Poirot knew that the true resolution would not come until Marcus, the elusive figure from Prescott's past, was uncovered. Only then could the final piece of the mystery be revealed. And so, the chase continued. Chapter 14. The Shadow of Marcus. The investigation had taken a dangerous turn, and Poirot could feel the tension building with each passing moment. Mrs. Lyle's revelation about Marcus, the mysterious figure from Prescott's past, had shifted the case into uncharted territory. No longer was this merely a story about a greedy woman and a tragic crime. Now it was a story about control, fear, and a man who seemed to cast a long dark shadow over all their lives. Rowe stood at the window of his office, gazing out at the bustling streets of London. The city was alive with its usual frenetic energy, but in his mind the world had grown quieter, more focused. Every case Poirot worked on was a puzzle, but this one felt different. He had uncovered pieces of Prescott's past that no one had known. And now those pieces were leading him down a path he wasn't sure he was ready to follow. Mrs. Lyle had left with a sense of uncertainty, but Poirot had insisted she not speak to anyone else about what they had discovered. The last thing they needed was for Marcus to realize they were getting closer to uncovering the truth. Poirot needed time. Time to gather information. Time to prepare for what he knew would be a confrontation with forces that were not easily understood. Hastings had arrived at Poirot's office just as he was lost in thought. His old friend's presence was always a welcome interruption. "Poirot," Hastings said, his tone cautious. "I've been thinking about this Marcus. He's clearly a dangerous man. I don't like the direction this is going." Poirot turned to face him, his expression calm, though there was a trace of concern in his eyes. "No, Hastings, you are right to be concerned, but the mystery must be solved. We cannot allow fear to dictate our actions. The truth must be uncovered." Hastings paced for a moment, as if considering the weight of Poirot's words. "Do we know anything about this man? Who is he really? Why would Prescott be so afraid of him?" Poirot's mind clicked into action. He reached for the letter they had, found in Prescott's study. the letter that had revealed the history between her and Marcus. This letter is the key, Hastings. Prescott feared Marcus because of his power over her. But power can take many forms: money, influence, and sometimes something more sinister. Poirot paused, scanning the letter once more, his eyes narrowing, as he deciphered the words in front of him. The writing was desperate, as if Prescott had been running out of time. The fear was palpable, but what was most striking about the letter was the mention of a location, an address that Poirot had not yet explored. "This letter," Poirot said, almost to himself, "it speaks of an address, a place where Prescott once sought refuge from Marcus, a place where she thought she could escape him." Hastings leaned over, his curiosity piqued. "Do you think that's where we'll find him? This Marcus?" Poirot's gaze darkened. "I do not know, Hastings, but I am certain that if we want to find Marcus, we must follow every lead, no matter how small. It is there that we will uncover the next piece of the puzzle." That afternoon, Poirot and Hastings set out for the address mentioned in the letter. It was located on the outskirts of London, a quiet street lined with dilapidated buildings. The area seemed far removed from the opulence of Prescott's life, as though the address itself were a reflection of her desire to escape. They arrived at a small, unremarkable building, a townhouse that looked as if it had been abandoned for years. The windows were boarded up, the paint peeling off the door, and the front yard overgrown with weeds. It was hard to imagine that anyone had lived there recently, much less someone like Prescott, who had once enjoyed the luxuries of high society. Poirot approached the door cautiously, his keen eyes scanning every detail of the house. Hastings stood beside him, uneasy. "Are you sure about this, Poirot? This place looks like it's been abandoned for years." Poirot nodded slowly. "Appearances can be deceiving, Hastings. People, like places, often hide what they want others to see." With a sharp twist of the handle, Poirot pushed the door open, and they entered the dark, musty interior. The air inside was thick with dust and neglect, and the silence was almost oppressive. The dim light filtering through the cracks in the boarded-up windows cast strange shadows across the furniture, which was draped in white sheets, as though time itself had been frozen in this forgotten room. Poirot moved with purpose, inspecting the walls, the furniture, and the small details that others might overlook. As he passed through the living room, his eyes were drawn to an old fireplace. It was cold, but Poirot bent down, inspecting the floor beneath it. A small hidden compartment lay at the base of the hearth. "This is it," Poirot muttered to himself, pulling away the remnants of the floorboard. Inside was a small wooden box, sealed tightly with a leather strap. His fingers danced across the surface of the box, and when he opened it, a chilling realization washed over him. Inside the box were several items, a series of letters, each one marked with the same name. Marcus. There were photographs too, faded and worn, and there, in the centre of it all, was a journal. The journal was Prescott's handwriting, but there was something more sinister about it. The words were frantic, almost too hasty, as if the writer feared being watched. Poirot flipped through the journal, his eyes scanning each entry. As he read, the truth became clearer. Prescott's connection to Marcus was not just a simple fear. It was a bond of manipulation and control. Marcus had been blackmailing her for years, threatening not only her life, but the lives of those she loved. The letters, it seemed, were his way of reminding Prescott that she could never escape him. Mon Dieu, Poirot whispered, his mind racing. Marcus was not just a man from Prescott's past. He was her tormentor. Hastings looked over Poirot's shoulder, his face darkening. So, she was never truly free, and all this time we've been thinking she was the one controlling the situation. Poirot nodded, the weight of the discovery heavy in his chest. Precisely. Prescott was a victim, caught in a web of lies and threats spun by Marcus. The sheer murder was her final act of defiance, her attempt to sever the connection between them once and for all. But there was one question still unanswered. Where was Marcus now? As Poirot and Hastings left the house, Poirot's mind whirred with new possibilities. He knew that they were closer than ever to finding Marcus. But finding a man like Marcus would not be easy. He was a shadow, elusive and dangerous. And yet, Poirot was confident of one thing. The game was far from over. The final confrontation between them and Marcus was approaching, and Poirot would be ready. Chapter 15. The Web Tightens. The discovery of Prescott's hidden life had set in motion a series of events that could no longer be contained. For Poirot, it was as though the case had suddenly come into sharper focus. Each new piece of evidence had drawn a clearer picture of a woman trapped in a psychological maze, manipulated by a man whose power over her seemed boundless. But now, with the journal and the letters in hand, Poirot was certain that the final confrontation was imminent. It was late in the evening when Poirot and Hastings returned to the modest apartment that Poirot had been renting for their stay-in. London. The city outside had quieted, the once bustling streets now cloaked in the stillness of the night. Poirot sat at his desk, the contents of the journal spread out before him, his fingers gently tapping the wooden surface. The small room was lit by a single lamp, casting a soft glow over his thoughtful face. Hastings, ever the impatient one, paced the room, his thoughts clearly far from the tranquil environment Poirot had cultivated. So, Poirot, what's next? We know who Marcus is now, and we know what he's done to Prescott. But what about his whereabouts? The man has disappeared, and we're no closer to finding him. Poirot didn't immediately respond. Instead, he reached for one of the photographs from the box they'd discovered in Prescott's secret compartment. It was a faded picture of a man standing in front of a large, imposing house. Marcus, unmistakably. He appeared older than in the photos they'd previously seen, his face haggard, but his eyes sharp, full of calculation. The house in the background, though grand, was not one Poirot recognized. Poirot studied the image intently. Hastings, do you see this? The house behind him. This is the clue. Marcus is not hiding in some obscure corner of London. No, he is in plain sight, but he is using his resources to remain unseen. Hastings leaned over, inspecting the photograph. But how can you be so sure, Poirot? The man has vanished. He must be in hiding. Poirot shook his head slowly. Ah, Hastings, you see, that is where you are mistaken. Marcus has always been a man who hides in plain sight. He uses his wealth, his influence, to slip through the cracks. This house, it is not just a home, it is a fortress, a stronghold where he can control the narrative, where he can ensure that no one dares to come near him. Poirot stood up, his expression one of determination. "Tomorrow, Hastings, we will go to this house. But we must be cautious. Marcus is a man who thrives on secrecy and manipulation. We must be prepared for whatever we might find." The next morning, Poirot and Hastings set out for the location in the photograph. The journey took them to an affluent neighbourhood on the outskirts of London, an area known for its wealthy residents and sprawling estates. As they drove along the tree-lined streets, Poirot could feel the air change. There was something different about this place. The houses here weren't just homes. They were fortresses designed to keep out the prying eyes of the outside world. At the end of a long, winding road, they finally arrived at the house in the photograph. It was an imposing building, a mansion of sorts, surrounded by high gates and thick hedges. The architecture was grand, classical even, with tall columns and a wide sweeping driveway. But there was something eerie about the place. It didn't feel welcoming, as though the house itself held its secrets tightly within its walls. Poirot surveyed the property with keen eyes, his thoughts racing. "This is where Marcus has been hiding, Hastings, and this is where we will find him." The gate to the estate was locked, but Poirot, ever resourceful, seemed unconcerned. He walked up to the gate, inspecting it carefully before knocking gently on the metal. A few moments later, a man appeared from around the corner of the property, a large burly figure, clearly a servant or guard. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" the man asked, his tone wary but polite. Poirot smiled, his usual charming self, as he addressed the man. "Ah, you see, we are here to speak with Mr. Marcus. We have business with him, important business. I trust he is expecting us?" The man hesitated, clearly taken aback by Poirot's confidence. He glanced at the gates, as though searching for some sign of who the two visitors might be. Poirot's smile remained, though there was something in his eyes, something that made the man hesitate even longer. Finally, the guard spoke, his voice softening. "Mr. Marcus is not at home at the moment, gentlemen. He is away on business. If you would like, I can take your name and message." Poirot's smile never wavered. "No, no, that will not be necessary. We must speak with him immediately, because the matter is urgent." He leaned slightly forward, his voice low but firm. "I assure you, it would be in your best interest to let us in. You see, Mr. Marcus has been evasive, and we are here to ensure that he understands the importance of this meeting." Hastings watched with a mixture of admiration and apprehension. "Poirot, I must say, I've never seen you quite like this. It's almost as if you're forcing the truth out of him." Poirot's eyes never left the man's face, and after a few seconds of tense silence, the guard stepped aside. "I'll let you in," the man said, his voice resigned. "But please be careful. Mr. Marcus does not take kindly to intrusions." Poirot nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Ah, but Hastings, it is not an intrusion. It is merely a professional visit." They entered the mansion, which was even more imposing on the inside. The grand foyer was lined with portraits of long-forgotten ancestors, their eyes following Poirot and Hastings as they moved through the space. Everything was meticulously arranged, The house, a reflection of Marcus's personality, calculated, controlled, and cold. Poirot led the way, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. The house was eerily silent, the only sound the soft echo of their footsteps on the marble floors. As they moved deeper into the house, Poirot's expression grew more serious. There was something unsettling about the place, as though the walls themselves were hiding secrets. They arrived at a large study at the back of the house. The door was ajar, and inside they found Marcus, or at least what was left of him. The room was in disarray, papers scattered across the floor, the contents of drawers overturned. It was clear that something had happened here. Poirot stepped inside, scanning the room with meticulous care. His eyes landed on a single item in the middle of the chaos. A letter, torn in half, with the name Prescott, written in bold, unmistakable handwriting. Poirot bent down to pick it up, his fingers brushing the edges of the torn paper. This, Hastings, is the clue we've been waiting for. Chapter 16. The Final Deception. The torn letter was a clue too perfect to ignore. As Poirot stood over the scattered remnants of Marcus's study, he held the two halves of the letter with an air of reverence. Prescott's name on the paper was not just a casual detail. It was the link between the past and the present, between the manipulations of Marcus and the destruction of Prescott's life. But more importantly, it was the signpost that pointed toward the final unravelling of the entire mystery. Hastings, ever the impatient one, leaned over Poirot's shoulder. "What does it mean, Poirot? Why would Marcus have this letter? And why would he destroy it?" Poirot straightened up, carefully placing the pieces of the letter back on the desk. His mind was already working at full speed, analysing the contents, the torn edges, the placement of the paper. It was all part of the puzzle. He adjusted his suit, brushing off his sleeves with an air of composure that only he could maintain in such a chaotic moment. "Ah, Hastings, this is no ordinary letter," Poirot said, his voice thoughtful. "This letter, torn in two, reveals much more than it seems at first glance. Prescott did not simply discover Marcus's crimes by chance. No, this was orchestrated. Prescott must have come across something in his investigation, something that threatened Marcus's carefully crafted world. And Marcus, with his characteristic precision, has taken steps to ensure that Prescott's discoveries never reach the light of day." "But why would Marcus keep it here?" Hastings asked, his voice tinged with confusion. "If it was so damaging, why not destroy it entirely?" Poirot's eyes narrowed, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk as he thought. "This is a question that must be answered, Hastings. Marcus did not destroy it entirely because it served a purpose. It was a reminder, a warning, a key to his control over Prescott." Poirot moved around the desk, glancing at the scattered papers, his trained eyes scanning for any further clues that might be hidden among the chaos. "You see, Hastings, Marcus is not just a man of power. He is a man who thrives on control. He carefully manipulates people, plays games with them, as though they are mere pieces on a chessboard. This letter, half destroyed, is his mark. It is a symbol of his dominance over Prescott, a way of keeping the man under his thumb." Hastings nodded slowly. "But if Marcus was trying to hide it, Why leave it here for us to find? Poirot smiled knowingly. Ah, that is where you are mistaken, my friend. Marcus may have wanted to hide it, but he also wanted us to find it. He is a man who plays psychological games. He knew that if we were ever to uncover the truth, it would be through this letter. It is the bait, Hastings, the bait for us to follow. Suddenly Poirot's demeanour shifted. His hand clenched the edge of the desk, and his face grew more serious. But it is not enough to simply have this letter. We must understand the true significance of the message contained within it. Prescott is the key to the entire mystery. Marcus is using him as a pawn, a tool for something far more sinister. Hastings stood in silence for a moment, processing Poirot's words. The pieces of the puzzle were slowly coming together, but the final image remained just out of reach. Poirot's eyes scanned the room one final time, before he turned to leave. Come, Hastings, we have much to do. The game is nearing its end. The following morning, Poirot and Hastings returned to Prescott's flat. As they entered the building, Poirot's mind was racing. The letter had opened a new pathway in the investigation, one that led to deeper, more dangerous territories. Prescott had been a man in over his head, but it was clear that he had stumbled onto something far larger than he could have possibly understood. Now, with the letter as their guide, they could finally start to piece together the full extent of Marcus's web of manipulation. Inside Prescott's flat, Poirot stood in the middle of the living room, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The room was nearly untouched, as if the chaos and danger of the past few days had not yet fully reached this place. It felt strangely normal, a stark contrast to the mental labyrinth they had just navigated in Marcus's mansion. Poirot turned to Hastings. We are close now, my friend. Marcus has been playing a dangerous game with Prescott, but he underestimated the power of the truth. Prescott might have been manipulated, but he still holds the final piece of the puzzle. They moved to Prescott's desk, where Poirot began to sift through the papers, the same papers they had seen during their initial investigation. There, among the clutter, was another letter. This one was addressed directly to Marcus. The handwriting was the same as Prescott's, but the tone was different, more desperate, more pleading. It was a letter of final warning, a cry for help. Prescott had known he was in danger, and yet he had pressed on, determined to expose the truth about Marcus. The letter spoke of a plan to take Marcus down, of secret meetings, and of a final confrontation. Poirot's fingers skimmed the edges of the paper, his expression growing more intense. This, Hastings, is it. Prescott knew what he was up against. He had a plan that would have brought Marcus's entire empire crashing down. But it seems, in the end, Marcus's influence was too powerful. Hastings's face tightened. But if Prescott knew, then why wasn't he able to do anything about it? Why did he allow Marcus to continue? Poirot stood up, turning to face his companion. Because Hastings, Prescott was a man who believed in the system. He thought he could outsmart Marcus, play him at his own game. But Marcus is not simply a criminal. He is a master of control. He understands the human mind, the vulnerabilities that people hide within themselves. Poirot's eyes locked onto Hastings. But Prescott's final letter, his confession, will be the weapon we need. It will be the thing that exposes Marcus for who he truly is. Later that day, Poirot and Hastings arrived at the police station, where they met with Inspector Moore. The inspector was sceptical, still unsure of the weight of the new evidence they had uncovered. Poirot handed him the letter with a deliberate air of finality. "This, Inspector, is the key to everything," Poirot said. Prescott knew he was running out of time. He was preparing to bring Marcus down, and now it is up to you to finish what he started. Inspector Moore took the letter and read through it carefully, his brow furrowing as he absorbed its contents. This is a serious accusation. But how do we know that Marcus is behind all of this? What's our next step?" Poirot's eyes sparkled with a sudden clarity. "You must trust me, Inspector. The evidence will come to light when we confront Marcus with the truth. But first, we must find him. And when we do, we will ensure that he faces the consequences of his actions." Poirot straightened his tie and turned to leave. "I have no doubt that justice will be served." Chapter 17. The Final Confrontation. The evening was falling fast, and the air had grown colder as Poirot and Hastings stood outside the imposing facade of Marcus's mansion. The once pristine exterior of the grand house now seemed foreboding, almost malevolent, as though the walls themselves were aware of the secrets they contained. Poirot stood silently, surveying the mansion. His mind, as always, was sharp, calculating, and focused on the task ahead. This was the final confrontation. The truth had been uncovered, and now it was time to face Marcus. Poirot adjusted the brim of his hat, his eyes narrowing as he turned to Hastings. "This, my friend, is the moment we have been working toward. Marcus believes he controls everything. The people, the situations, the very fabric of reality. But he has made one fatal mistake." Hastings looked at his friend, the familiar feeling of unease creeping into his chest. "And what is that mistake, Poirot?" Poirot smiled slightly, the faintest hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "He underestimated the power of truth, Hastings. He has always manipulated others, played his mind games, and created webs of deception. But truth, no matter how deeply buried, always finds a way to the surface." Hastings couldn't help but feel a pang of nervousness. "Do you really think we're ready for this, Poirot? Marcus is a dangerous man." Poirot nodded, his face hardening. "Indeed, he is not just dangerous, Hastings. He is a master manipulator. But in the end, no amount of manipulation can escape the reach of the truth. We have uncovered his lies, and now he must face the consequences." The door to the mansion creaked open, and they were met by the stern face of the butler, who had grown increasingly agitated ever since Marcus's disappearance. The butler's eyes flickered nervously as he let them in, his movements stiff and uncertain. Poirot didn't bother with pleasantries, stepping inside with a sense of purpose. The mansion seemed eerily quiet, with no sounds of life. Poirot took a few deliberate steps forward, scanning the darkened hallway. The flickering light of a single candle in the distance added to the atmosphere of foreboding that seemed to permeate every corner of the house. As they moved through the halls, Hastings couldn't help but feel a sense of unease creeping up on him. Something about the house felt wrong. It was as though they were walking through a labyrinth, every corner leading them deeper into a web of lies and manipulation. Poirot's keen eyes, however, were focused on one thing: the study, the same room where Marcus had first confronted them, where the letter had been found, and where all the pieces of the puzzle had been slowly assembled. This was where the final confrontation would take place. Poirot knew that Marcus would be waiting for them. As they entered the study, Poirot's instincts were immediately on high alert. The room was dark, but the faint glow of a desk lamp illuminated a small corner. There, seated behind the desk, was Marcus. His posture was rigid, his eyes cold and calculating, as though he had been expecting them all along. "Ah, Monsieur Poirot," Marcus said, his voice dripping with condescension. "You've finally arrived. I must admit, I've been expecting this moment for some time now." Poirot stood still, his eyes fixed on Marcus. He could feel the weight of the man's presence in the room, but he remained calm, composed. "Indeed, Marcus, but it is not you who has been expecting this moment. It is I. You see, my friend, the truth has always been my ally, and no amount of manipulation or deceit can change that." Marcus's lips curled into a sly smile. "Ah, but you underestimate me, Poirot. I have always been in control, even when you thought you were one step ahead. Your precious little grey cells may be sharp, but they are not invincible." Poirot's eyes glinted with determination. "You misunderstand, Marcus. It is not my grey cells that have led me to this point. It is the truth, the very thing you have spent your life avoiding, twisting and concealing. But no matter how many lies you build, no matter how many people you manipulate, the truth will always find its way to the surface." For a moment, the two men locked eyes, a silent battle of wills playing out between them. Marcus, ever the master of manipulation, tried to break Poirot's resolve with a calculated smirk. "And what truth is that, Poirot?" "The truth that I was behind Prescott's downfall. The truth that I am a criminal. Is that the truth you think you've uncovered?" Poirot's voice was steady, his gaze unwavering. "It is not enough to merely know the truth, Marcus. One must understand it, piece it together, see the motives behind the lies. Prescott was a man of integrity, and you destroyed him because he sought to expose the very things you have tried to hide. You thought you could control him, twist him to your will, but in the end it was you who made the fatal mistake." Marcus's expression darkened, his smile fading into something colder. "You think you've won, Poirot? You think you've uncovered my secrets? You're too late. Nothing you say can change what has already been set in motion." Poirot took a step forward, his voice gaining strength. "You are wrong, Marcus. The truth has already begun to unravel. Prescott's last letter, the one you so carefully tried to destroy. It is the key. It is the final piece of the puzzle that exposes your manipulation and deceit for the world to see." At the mention of the letter, Marcus's face twisted into a snarl. "You have no idea what you're meddling with, Poirot. You think this letter changes anything? You think it will stop me?" Poirot stood firm, his voice now filled with an unshakable certainty. "It will stop you, Marcus. You have used your power and influence to destroy lives, to manipulate people into doing your bidding. But now, You will face the consequences. Prescott may have been your pawn, but he was also your undoing. Your obsession with control, with being the master of everyone's fate, has led you to this point. The moment when you can no longer hide from the truth. The silence in the room was deafening. Marcus sat there, his fists clenched, his eyes filled with rage. But Poirot knew that the game was over. The pieces had fallen into place, the truth had been uncovered, and the time for manipulation was at an end. In a final, desperate attempt to regain control, Marcus lunged at Poirot, but before he could move, Hastings stepped forward, grabbing Marcus by the arm. The sudden action startled him, and he stumbled backward, realizing that he had lost. Poirot stepped forward, his voice calm but resolute. "It is over, Marcus. You will answer for your crimes, and the truth will be known to all." The door opened, and Inspector Moore stepped into the room, flanked by officers. "You are under arrest for the murder of Prescott and the many other crimes you have committed," Moore said, his voice cold and authoritative. As Marcus was led away in handcuffs, Poirot turned to Hastings, his expression calm but filled with satisfaction. "Shh! The game is finished, Hastings. The truth has triumphed, as it always does." Hastings nodded, his own relief palpable. "I can't say I'm sad to see it end, Poirot." Poirot smiled gently, his eyes filled with a quiet understanding. "Justice has been served, mon ami, and that, in the end, is what matters." Chapter 18. The last piece of the puzzle. The dawn was breaking over the horizon as Poirot stood by the window, looking out over the sprawling cityscape below. The early morning light cast long shadows across the streets, and the air was fresh with the promise of a new day. The sense of quiet triumph that had been building within him for the past several days now settled into his bones. But Poirot knew that despite his success, there was still work to be done. There were always lingering questions, those final, loose ends that needed to be tied up, no matter how neatly everything seemed to be wrapped. Hastings entered the room, a cup of steaming tea in hand. His face was tired, but there was a lightness to his step. The case was over, and Marcus was behind bars. The city was a little safer, the weight of mystery lifted from their shoulders. Yet Hastings knew as well as Poirot that the resolution of a case often left a sense of emptiness, like the fading echoes of an old song. "Poirot," Hastings began, breaking the silence. "It's over. We've won. But I have to admit, I'm still a little confused about something. You mentioned that Prescott's letter was the key, but I never fully understood why it had such significance. After all, Marcus had destroyed it, hadn't he?" Poirot turned from the window and smiled at his friend. There was a quiet pride in his eyes as he accepted the tea Hastings offered. "Ah, mon ami, the letter was indeed crucial, but not in the way you think. The letter itself, though valuable in its contents, was merely the catalyst. What mattered more was the pattern of behavior it revealed, the connections between Marcus's actions and the people he had manipulated." Hastings sat down, leaning forward with interest. "I'm listening, Poirot. You've always been a master at seeing things others don't. What did you see in that letter?" Poirot placed his teacup gently on the table and began to pace the room, slowly, his fingers tapping together thoughtfully. Marcus was an expert in deception. He used every tool at his disposal to control those around him. Prescott, you see, had uncovered something important, something that Marcus thought was buried deep beneath layers of lies. Prescott had a rare insight into Marcus's methods, and he had started to piece together the truth. Hastings furrowed, his brow, his mind working to connect the dots. But Prescott was an ordinary man. How could he possibly have known all of that? Precisely, Poirot said, pausing to look Hastings in the eye. It was not just Prescott's intelligence. It was his vulnerability. Marcus believed that Prescott, with his history of financial struggles and his broken spirit, would be the perfect pawn. But Prescott, like so many before him, had underestimated one crucial thing: the strength of the human will to seek truth, even in the face of overwhelming pressure. Poirot stopped pacing and stood still, his hands clasped behind his back. The letter was Prescott's final attempt to expose Marcus's corruption. He had learned that Marcus was behind the fraudulent business deals that had ruined countless lives. He had uncovered the tangled web of deception that had ensnared several innocent victims, all while Marcus had played the role of the benevolent benefactor. Prescott had become a threat to him, and Marcus needed him silenced. Hastings nodded, slowly, now beginning to understand the gravity of the situation. And when Prescott refused to back down, Marcus killed him. Poirot's gaze grew cold as he nodded. Indeed, but Marcus had underestimated Prescott's resolve. In his desperation to cover his tracks, Marcus had made one critical error. He had forgotten that Prescott had sent the letter before his death, hidden, but not erased. Hastings blinked in surprise. Wait, you're saying that Prescott had sent the letter to someone before Marcus got to him? Poirot's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of a conclusion well formed. Not just anyone, Hastings. To me? Hastings leaned forward in surprise. You? But I thought— Yes, I know, mon ami, Poirot interrupted. I had told you that Prescott had been too frightened to confide in anyone. But that was not entirely true. He had contacted me just before his death, in a final act of courage. The letter had been delivered to me by a trusted intermediary, someone Marcus believed to be under his control. But this person, for reasons of their own, chose to pass the letter to me, knowing that I would be able to decipher the truth. Hastings's eyes widened, and that's why you were always one step ahead. You had Prescott's letter all along. Yes, Poirot said, his voice calm but firm. And from that moment, I knew the true nature of Marcus's plan. I knew that Marcus would try to manipulate every person involved in this case, especially those who were closest to Prescott. He believed that if he could erase the letter and erase the evidence, he could control the narrative. But Prescott's truth, his final words, had been passed to me, and that was the key to everything. Poirot turned to face Hastings, his expression serious. Marcus's actions were a reflection of his true nature. He had always believed that he could control everything, that he could pull the strings from behind the scenes and manipulate those around him. But in the end, he had failed to account for one thing: the persistence of truth. No matter how deeply it is buried, no matter how many lies are woven around it, the truth always has a way of emerging. Hastings sat back, absorbing the full scope of Poirot's words. I never thought about it like that. I always assumed the case was about the crime itself, about the murder and the mystery of who did it. But now I see it was about the truth all along." Poirot nodded slowly, his eyes reflecting a deep understanding of human nature. "Indeed, Hastings, the murder was just the symptom. The real crime was the deception, the manipulation of others for personal gain. And Marcus, in his arrogance, believed that he could hide the truth forever. But in the end, it was the truth that won." A quiet moment passed between them, and Poirot turned his gaze back to the window. The city was waking up, the streets now alive with the bustle of the morning. But for Poirot, the real victory had been won long before the sun had risen. Hastings stood up, his expression thoughtful. "So, what happens now, Poirot? What's the next step?" Poirot turned and smiled at his friend, the familiar warmth returning to his features. "Now, Hastings, we leave the rest to the authorities. Marcus's fate is sealed, and the truth will be revealed to the world. As for us, we have done our duty, and we can move on to our next adventure, wherever it may be." Hastings smiled in return, his trust in Poirot unwavering. "And I have no doubt that when the next case comes, you'll be just as ready as ever." Poirot nodded, a twinkle in his eye. "Indeed, mon ami, the work is never truly done. But for today, I think we have earned a little rest." As Poirot and Hastings left the room, the door closed softly behind them, and the mansion that had been the site of so much deceit and manipulation stood in the morning light, its secrets now exposed. The truth had triumphed, and justice had been served. Chapter 19. The Shadow of Doubt. The grand clock of St. George's Cathedral had just struck noon when Hercule Poirot stood at the front entrance of the station house, his polished shoes clicking, with measured steps as he approached the gathering of detectives and officers. The air was thick with the oppressive heat of a summer afternoon, and Poirot could feel the weight of the moment settling in his chest. A sense of foreboding lingered over the case, like a persistent shadow that refused to leave, and he had no intention of letting it follow him any longer. Despite the triumph of the previous days, the arrest of Marcus, the unravelling of the web of deceit, it was not the end. Not yet. There was something about the resolution of the case that didn't sit right with Poirot, a feeling that nagged at him, refusing to be ignored. And so, here he was again, back in the heart of the investigation, prepared to dig deeper, to uncover whatever had been left behind in the wake of Marcus's fall. Hastings, standing at his side, glanced over at Poirot, his brow furrowed in thought. "Poirot, I can see you're still troubled by this. You've been quieter than usual these last few days." Poirot gave a small, knowing smile. "Ah, Hastings, you are observant, but that is nothing new. There is a shadow hanging over this case, one that refuses to dissipate. I have solved the mystery of Marcus's crimes. Yes, that is true. But there is more to this story, much more, and I suspect we have not seen the last of it." Hastings shook his head, confused. "But I thought Marcus was the mastermind, the one pulling the strings. He's locked away. The case is closed." Poirot's gaze hardened, his brow knitting in concentration. "The problem, Hastings, is that nothing about this case has been as it seemed. Every turn of the investigation, every suspect we've interviewed, has revealed inconsistencies, contradictions that cannot be overlooked. The truth is there, hiding in plain sight, and I have yet to grasp it completely." Hastings stopped walking and placed a hand on Poirot's shoulder, his voice lowering. "What are you saying, Poirot? You think there's someone else involved?" Poirot nodded slowly, his eyes scanning the surroundings with their usual intensity. "I am certain of it. Marcus was not the only one with a hand in these events. Someone else has been pulling strings in the shadows, someone who remains unknown to us. And I am willing to bet, Hastings, that this person is even closer to us than we realize." Hastings' expression faltered, concern etching across his face. "You don't think it's someone within the force, do you?" Poirot remained silent for a moment, contemplating the idea. The thought of betrayal within the very organization they had worked so closely with made his stomach churn, but he couldn't dismiss it entirely. If anyone were to have the means, the access, and the motivation to continue manipulating the events long after Marcus was arrested, it would have to be someone with inside knowledge, someone with influence over both the police and the victims of Marcus's schemes. "No, Hastings," Poirot finally answered, his voice firm but tinged with the gravity of his thoughts. "I do not know who it is yet, but I am certain that the deception is not over. There are still unanswered questions, and I will not rest until they are answered." Just then, a uniformed officer approached, handing Poirot a sealed envelope. The officer gave a quick salute and left without a word. Poirot examined the envelope closely, recognizing the handwriting immediately. The familiar scrawl was unmistakable. It was from Inspector Wells, the officer who had been handling the case for weeks. Poirot tore the envelope open, reading the contents with a growing sense of unease. "It appears, Hastings, that the case is not quite over after all," Poirot said, his voice steady but carrying the weight of a discovery. "There has been a new development, another murder." Hastings blinked in shock. "Another murder? But Marcus is locked away. How could there be another crime?" Poirot's lips thinned into a hard line. "I do not know yet. But this letter suggests that the crime is connected to our case, and if that is true, then it must be the work of the same person. Or perhaps someone who wishes to finish what Marcus started." The two men made their way to the local morgue, where the body had been discovered. The victim, a young woman named Margaret Clay, had been found in the same area where Marcus's last dealings had taken place, a secluded part of the city, far from the prying eyes of the public. Her death had all the hallmarks of the earlier crimes. A single stab wound to the heart, no signs of a struggle, and the victim's personal effects untouched, as if her attacker had been someone she knew. Poirot stood in the morgue, silently, surveying the body. Margaret Clay had been an enigma, someone whose name had come up in passing during the investigation, but never in a meaningful way. The young woman had been a part of Marcus's circle of influence, a minor player who had been trying to build her career as a business consultant. Her death, Poirot suspected, was not an accident. It was intentional, meant to send a message. "Well, you see, Hastings?" Poirot asked, turning to his friend with a grave expression. "The pattern is clear. Someone is still trying to control the narrative, still trying to bury the truth." Hastings frowned, his face filled with concern. "But," Why Margaret Clay? She didn't seem to have much involvement in the crimes. Poirot's mind was already racing through the possibilities. That is exactly the question we must answer, Hastings. Margaret may have seemed insignificant, but I suspect she knew something she shouldn't have. Perhaps she uncovered a secret that someone was desperate to keep hidden. The fact that her death mirrors the others tells me that she was not just a random victim. Poirot turned on his heel and left the morgue, his mind whirring with the implications of the new murder. It was clear now that Marcus's influence stretched further than anyone had realized, and the death of Margaret Clay was a dark signal that the mastermind was still at large, still willing to kill to protect his secrets. The investigation, which had seemed to have reached its conclusion, was once again thrown into chaos. Someone else, someone with a vast network of influence and power, was orchestrating these events, and Hercule Poirot, with his unyielding dedication to uncovering the truth, knew that he was the only one capable of exposing the full extent of the conspiracy that had plagued the city. It was time for Poirot to dig deeper than ever before, to follow the trail of deception wherever it might lead. The final pieces of the puzzle were still out there, waiting to be found, and Poirot would not rest until they were all put into place. Chapter 20. The Final Game. The shadow of Margaret Clay's murder loomed over the investigation like an unshakable cloud, one that refused to clear, no matter how hard Poirot tried to make sense of the twisted path that had led to this point. Every step forward felt like another step deeper into a labyrinth of deception and lies, where even the most insignificant detail could be the key to unlocking the whole mystery. Poirot stood at the window of his modest office, staring out at the bustling streets below. The city was alive with movement, its people unaware of the danger that had taken root within its very heart. Poirot could not afford to be distracted, not when the case had reached such a crucial juncture. Every theory, every assumption that had seemed certain was now in question, and he knew that time was running out. Hastings had returned to his office, tirelessly going over every piece of evidence and every witness statement for the third or fourth time. The tension between them had been palpable over the past few days, with Hastings growing increasingly frustrated by Poirot's cryptic comments and elusive explanations. But Poirot knew that to solve this case, he needed to think beyond the obvious, to question everything he thought he knew. The detective turned away from the window, a plan beginning to form in his mind. He was no longer just hunting a murderer. Now he was engaged in a psychological battle, a game of wits against an adversary who was just as determined to keep their secrets hidden. And Poirot would not allow himself to be outplayed. The first step was clear. He needed to return to the scene of the crime, the last known location of both Marcus and Margaret. If there was anything left to discover, any clue that had been missed, Poirot was sure it would be here. It was late afternoon when Poirot and Hastings arrived at the derelict warehouse on the outskirts of town. The air was thick with the smell of rust and decay, and the place had the look of a forgotten corner of the city. Nothing about it seemed out of place at first glance, but Poirot knew better. This was where the web of lies had begun, and this was where it would end. The two detectives stepped inside, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous emptiness of the building. The light from the setting sun filtered through cracks in the walls, casting long, jagged shadows across the floor. Poirot's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the area, his mind whirring with possibilities. Every inch of this place was a clue. Every scrap of paper, every discarded object had the potential to unravel the mystery. Hastings followed Poirot's every move, his expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Poirot, I don't understand. You've already been here. We've been over this place a dozen times. What could we possibly have missed?" Poirot's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes sharp as ever. "Ah, Hastings, my dear friend, it is not what we have missed, it is what we have overlooked. The mind is a tricky thing, is it not? We are so eager to find the obvious answers that we often fail to see what is right before us." Poirot crouched beside a pile of old crates, his fingers brushing across the dusty surface. He glanced up at Hastings. "You see, the true criminal does not simply leave behind evidence for us to find. No, Hastings, the criminal leaves behind misdirection, a carefully crafted illusion designed to lead us astray. And this warehouse, it is filled with those illusions." He stood and walked toward the far corner of the room, where a single rotting door hung on its hinges. "This," Poirot said softly, "is the true heart of the mystery, the place where everything begins." The door creaked as Poirot pushed it open, revealing a narrow staircase that spiraled downward into darkness. Hastings hesitated for a moment, but Poirot gave him a reassuring glance. "It is here, Hastings, where the final pieces of the puzzle lie, and I do believe we are close." The two descended into the cold, damp cellar below. The air grew heavier with each step, the silence around them thick with anticipation. At the bottom of the stairs, Poirot stopped and surveyed the room. It was small and cramped, the walls lined with shelves filled with old crates and boxes. But there was something else, something that caught Poirot's trained eye. A single crate, set apart from the others, was slightly ajar. Poirot's heart quickened as he approached it, his fingers hovering over the edge. He had suspected it all along. The crate was the key, the last piece of the puzzle. Without saying a word, he gently opened the lid, revealing its contents. Inside, wrapped in layers of cloth, was a collection of papers, documents that had been hidden away for far too long. Poirot carefully lifted them out and spread them across the floor, his eyes scanning the text. They were financial records, records that showed a clear connection between Marcus, the victims, and a series of illegal transactions that had been orchestrated from the very beginning. But there was more. Poirot's fingers froze as he stumbled upon one document in particular, a letter written in a familiar hand. It was from a person he had not expected to be involved in this web of crime, an individual whose name had never come up in any of their previous interviews. The letter detailed a plan to frame an innocent man, to ensure that the truth would never come to light. Poirot stood up, his face pale but determined. "This is it, Hastings, the final deception. Marcus was merely a pawn in a much larger game, a game that has been played by someone far more dangerous than he." The realization hit Poirot like a bolt of lightning. All along, he had been focused on the wrong person, thinking that Marcus was the mastermind. But the true architect of this conspiracy had been hiding in plain sight, using Marcus as a distraction, as a scapegoat. The documents in the crate confirmed it. Everything pointed to one person. "Do you understand now, Hastings?" Poirot asked, his voice low but steady. It was never about Marcus. It was always about control. And the person behind it all is someone who has been manipulating the entire situation from the start. Hastings looked at Poirot, his face etched with confusion. Who, Poirot? Who could it be? Poirot's lips curved into a knowing smile, his eyes gleaming with triumph. The one person who had everything to gain, Hastings. The one person who could ensure that the truth remained buried forever. Poirot's revelation was enough to shake the foundations of everything they had believed. The truth, as it always was with Poirot, was far more complicated than anyone could have imagined. The criminal they had been chasing for so long had been hiding in the shadows, watching them every step of the way. And now, with the final pieces of the puzzle in place, it was time for Poirot to expose the mastermind, once and for all. Chapter 21. The Mastermind Revealed. The final pieces of the puzzle had clicked into place in Poirot's mind. The investigation that had spanned weeks, with every clue leading to another dead end, was now at its culmination. Poirot had always prided himself on his ability to read people, to decipher the human mind's deepest intricacies. Now, standing in the cold, dimly lit cellar with Hastings by his side, he had uncovered the truth, the full scope of the conspiracy that had unfolded before him. He looked at the documents strewn across the floor, a silent testament to the manipulation that had taken place. The financial records, the forged letters, the lies carefully crafted to mislead them. It all made sense now. But even so, Poirot could not help but feel a cold, unsettling sense of realization. The true mastermind behind this entire plot had not only orchestrated the murder of Margaret Clay, but had manipulated every event, every suspect, to cover their own tracks. Poirot stood motionless for a moment, processing the implications of what he had uncovered. His eyes, sharp and calculating, swept over the cellar again, noting the most minute details. He would not let his guard down now, not when he was so close. Hastings, though still grappling with the enormity of the situation, stepped closer to Poirot. "So, Poirot, who is it? Who's behind all this?" Poirot turned to his old friend with a look of quiet resolve. "It is not always the most obvious person, Hastings. Often, the true criminal hides in plain sight, right under our noses." Hastings' expression darkened as he surveyed the room. "But who, Poirot? Who could have orchestrated all this?" Poirot took a slow, deliberate breath, then looked directly into Hastings's eyes. "It is none other than the person who stood to gain the most from Margaret Clay's death. Her own brother, Thomas Clay." The name struck like a hammer on stone. Hastings blinked in disbelief. "Thomas Clay? But he's been helping us all along. He was one of the first to raise the alarm about his sister's death. Poirot raised a hand to silence him. "Precisely, Hastings. That was the very illusion he wanted to create. By playing the role of the grieving brother, he hid the true depths of his involvement. But it was all an act, a carefully calculated move designed to shift suspicion away from himself." Poirot's voice grew more intense as he pieced together the web of deception. You see, Thomas Clay was a man in desperate need of money. The family fortune was all but gone, and he was heavily in debt. But there was one thing he could count on: his sister's inheritance, which she had recently received. He knew that Margaret would never willingly share it with him, so he made a plan. A plan that involved using his sister's closest friends and associates to cover his tracks. Hastings frowned, still struggling to connect the dots. But why kill his sister? Why not just manipulate her into giving him the money? Poirot's eyes gleamed with understanding. Thomas Clay knew that Margaret was no fool. She was a strong-willed woman, and she would never have been convinced by his manipulations. And so he resorted to murder. The moment he knew that she was in possession of the inheritance documents, he saw his chance. He staged her death in such a way that it would appear as though she had been the victim of a random robbery. But it was all a facade, a carefully planned deception meant to confuse and mislead. Hastings slowly nodded, the weight of Poirot's words sinking in. So he framed Marcus, set him up to take the fall. Exactly, Poirot confirmed. But there was one thing Thomas did not count on: the ability of his sister's closest companions to see through his lies. He thought he had us fooled, but he underestimated the power of the little grey cells. The two detectives stood in silence for a moment, the full scope of the conspiracy unfolding before them. Poirot continued, his voice quiet but steady. Thomas Clay had been pulling the strings all along, manipulating the situation to suit his own needs. Every suspect, every misdirection had been carefully calculated to keep us from the truth. Hastings glanced down at the documents spread across the floor, then up at Poirot. So, how do we catch him, Poirot? What's the next step? Poirot's lips curled into a thin smile. Ah, my dear Hastings, the next step is always the most delicate one. We must wait, watch, and let Thomas think he has won. He is too sure of himself now. He will make a mistake. It was only a matter of hours before Poirot's patience paid off. As they made their way back to their hotel, Poirot received a message. Thomas Clay had requested a meeting. The detective's eyes narrowed as he read the note. Ah, Hastings, it seems our friend is eager to tie up loose ends, and he will not be disappointed. They arrived at the meeting location, a small upscale cafe near the city centre. Thomas sat alone at a table in the corner, his eyes darting around nervously. When he saw Poirot and Hastings approach, he stood and smiled in what could only be described as a forced manner. "Ah, Monsieur Poirot," Thomas greeted, his voice smooth but tinged with an edge of anxiety. "I trust you have found your investigation most enlightening." Poirot gave a polite nod. "Indeed, Monsieur Clay, it has been most enlightening. And I must say you have proven to be a most resourceful man. But I must also inform you, Monsieur Clay, that the game is over." Thomas's smile faltered, and his eyes darted nervously. "I don't know what you mean," he stammered. Poirot's gaze never wavered. "Oh, I think you do. You see, Monsieur Clay, while you were busy spinning your web of lies, I was paying attention. Every word, every action was nothing more than a calculated move. But you made one mistake that gave you away." Thomas's face grew pale, and his fingers tightened around the edge of his coffee cup. I don't know what you're talking about? I am simply here to discuss the truth, Monsieur Clay," Poirot interrupted calmly. "The truth that you cannot escape. I know of your debt, your desperation. I know that you killed your sister for her inheritance, and I know that you tried to frame an innocent man for your crime." Thomas swallowed hard, his mouth dry. He looked around, as though seeking an escape, but there was none. Poirot had him. "Cornered! This is absurd!" Thomas finally spat, his composure breaking. "You have no proof, no evidence." Poirot leaned in, his voice low and steady. "Ah, but you see, Monsieur Clay, the truth does not require evidence. It only requires understanding. And I understand you better than you understand yourself. You are the one who has played the game, but it is I who have won." The police arrived shortly after, and Thomas was arrested without incident. The confession came quickly, as Poirot had known it would. It seemed that the walls of his guilt had been too much for him to bear. He had underestimated the detective's ability to see through his lies. As Poirot watched Thomas being led away in handcuffs, he allowed himself a moment of reflection. The case was solved, the truth had been revealed, and justice had been served. But there was one thing that still lingered in Poirot's mind: the tragic reality of how far someone would go for greed. "Another criminal court, Hastings?" Poirot said, his voice thoughtful. Hastings nodded, his face sombre. "Yes, but at what cost?" Poirot's gaze turned back to the scene before him. "At the cost of a life taken by the hand of a man who thought he could outsmart the world." He paused, then added with a slight smile, "But in the end, it was his own pride that led to his downfall." As the sun began to set, Poirot and Hastings left the café, the case now officially closed. But Poirot knew that the true nature of the human heart was far more complicated than any puzzle or mystery, and though the locked wardrobe had been opened, there were always more secrets waiting to be discovered. With a final glance back at the city, Poirot adjusted his coat and turned toward the next case, whatever it may be. Chapter 22. A quiet reflection. Case was over. The papers had been signed, the criminal apprehended, and the echoes of the drama slowly faded from Poirot's mind. Yet, as often happened with the more intricate mysteries, the satisfaction of the solve was mixed with a subtle unease that lingered in the corners of his thoughts. There was something unnerving about the way Thomas Clay had weaved his web of deceit, not just for the money, but for the sheer arrogance of thinking he could deceive the greatest mind of his time. Poirot, even in victory, couldn't help but wonder, what had driven the man to such extremes? The Belgian detective sat quietly at a café the following morning, sipping his espresso, a drink he had acquired a particular fondness for over the years. His eyes, typically alert, were softer now, lost in thought. His mind, which usually danced from one conclusion to the next with a precision and swiftness admired by even the best of detectives, was contemplative in this moment. Hastings, ever loyal, sat across from him. He had ordered a large coffee, and despite his own musings on the case, had been watching Poirot intently, knowing that there was a matter still unspoken between them. "You know, Poirot," Hastings began after a few moments of silence, "there was something so unsettling about this case. I can't quite put my finger on it. Thomas was clever, no doubt, but there was something in his eyes, something that suggested he was resigned to his fate even before it came. Poirot slowly set down his cup, his fingers gently tracing the rim. His eyes met Hastings's gaze, and for a brief moment there was a flicker of something deeper, an understanding that went beyond the case, beyond the logic, beyond the facts. "You are correct, my friend," Poirot responded, his voice calm, yet laden with something heavier, something that could only be interpreted as reflection. There is always a certain resignation in the eyes of a man who knows he will be caught. But I would not say he was resigned to the inevitable. No, Hastings. He was resigned to his own mind, the mind that had led him to believe that there could be no other way, that only through manipulation, deception, and cold calculation could he survive. Hastings nodded thoughtfully, but was unsure of how to respond. Poirot's words had taken on a different quality. His friend had solved the case, but there was something more lingering in the detective's mind, something that had yet to fully unravel. Hastings could feel it, but, as always, he chose to respect the silence and allowed Poirot the space to think. "Do you think," Hastings asked after a moment, "that people like Thomas Clay are born evil, or do they become that way?" Poirot's eyebrows furrowed slightly, a rare sign of genuine contemplation. He took a long breath before answering, as though gathering all the weight of his experiences, his knowledge of human nature. "I do not believe there is such a thing as born evil, Hastings," Poirot replied. "No, not evil, not in the way you might think. People are shaped by their circumstances, by the choices they make or fail to make. But what you must understand, my friend, is that the mind of a criminal is often a mind that has been twisted by necessity or desperation. Thomas Clay was not born wicked. No, his circumstances, the pressure of debts, the fear of losing everything, the emptiness of his own life. These things shaped him into someone who believed that survival could only be attained through manipulation, betrayal, and murder." Hastings, looking at Poirot, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. "Do you ever feel sorry for them, Poirot? The criminals? I mean, after all, they have lives too." Poirot's gaze softened, and for a brief second the hardness of his usual demeanour was replaced by something gentler. "I pity them, Hastings, yes. I pity them not for the pain they cause, but for the lives they lead. The loneliness, the fear, the desperation, it all feeds into their choices. And yet," Poirot paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, "there is always a choice. It is in the hands of every person, no matter how dire their situation may be, to choose the path they take. The criminal mind, like any other, is governed by free will, and when they choose the wrong path, the consequences are inevitable." There was a quiet moment as the two men reflected on Poirot's words. The sun, now rising higher in the sky, cast a warm glow across the cafe's windows. The bustling of the city outside seemed distant, as though the world around them continued unaware of the dark complexities of the human condition that had just unfolded before them. Hastings took a sip from his coffee, the rich flavour momentarily pulling him from his reverie. He looked at Poirot with a slightly bemused expression. "You know, Poirot, for all your talk about logic and reason, sometimes I think your understanding of people runs deeper than anyone else I've ever met. Poirot smiled faintly, the corners of his lips curling upward. "Ah, but that is the trick, Hastings. The mind must be governed by reason, yes, but the heart, the heart is where the true understanding of people lies. And that is where I differ from the others. It is not the facts alone that uncover the truth, but the understanding of the person, their desires, their fears, their weaknesses." Hastings nodded slowly, absorbing the weight of Poirot's wisdom. "So, you're saying that even though we've solved the case, there's something more at play here? Something that you're still pondering?" Poirot leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming lightly on the edge of his cup. His gaze drifted to the window, where a group of pedestrians walked by, completely unaware of the tangled web of motives and secrets that had just been unravelled. He let out a soft sigh. "Yes, Hastings," he said, his voice soft but resolute. "There is always more. The surface of things is only the beginning. Beneath that surface lies a deeper truth, one that is often far more unsettling than the crime itself." Later that evening, Poirot and Hastings returned to their hotel. The investigation was officially over, but Poirot could not shake the feeling that something was still unresolved. He found himself restless, unable to settle his thoughts. His little grey cells, which had led him through countless mysteries, were now turning over something else entirely. As he sat by the window, the streets outside were quiet, the night descending over the city. Poirot looked at the reflection of himself in the glass. A man who had solved the case, who had brought the criminal to justice, and yet remained in search of something more. It was then, in the stillness of the evening, that he realized, though, greatest mystery of all wasn't the crimes he solved, but the depths of the human soul, the intricacies of the mind, which even he, with all his sharp reasoning, could never fully unravel. The next morning, Poirot and Hastings were preparing to leave. The case was behind them, and the world outside awaited them. Poirot's mind, however, remained preoccupied with the question that had quietly gnawed at him since the case's conclusion. He could feel it, lurking just beyond his thoughts. Before they departed, Poirot turned to Hastings one last time. "Hastings, my friend, perhaps the most perplexing riddle of all is this. What drives a person to betray everything, even their own soul, for something as fleeting as money?" Hastings didn't have an answer. No one did. But as Poirot adjusted his hat and walked out into the morning light, Hastings realized that the mystery would never truly end. Not for Poirot. For the greatest detective of all, there was always another enigma to solve, another puzzle to ponder, and another shadow of the human condition to explore. And so they walked on, toward the next mystery. Chapter 23. The final deception, the sun, was setting as Hercule Poirot stepped out of the taxi, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The case had long since been concluded, but Poirot had a way of returning to his work, as if the threads of a puzzle never quite disappeared. Tonight, however, was different. He could feel the weight of the mystery still lingering in the air, and despite the resolution, he felt there was something unfinished, something left unsaid in the wake of the last case. Hastings, always observant, had noticed Poirot's quiet contemplation. He had expected his friend to be focused on the case, but tonight Poirot was absorbed in his thoughts. The detective had been unusually silent throughout the entire evening, and Hastings couldn't help but feel the unease in the air. "You seem distant tonight, Poirot," Hastings said as they walked toward the entrance of a grand estate, a mansion that looked as though it belonged to another time, a place full of history, secrets, and wealth. "Is it the case that's still bothering you?" Poirot did not respond immediately. His gaze fixed ahead as they approached the large front door. His steps were measured, deliberate, as if he were walking through a maze of his own mind. "It is not the case itself that troubles me, mon ami," Poirot replied, his voice soft, almost introspective. "It is the nature of the deception, the final layer of the puzzle, if you will." Hastings blinked in confusion. The deception? Poirot paused just outside the door, his hand resting on the doorknob. He turned to face Hastings, his eyes narrowing, focused. The criminal, Hastings, Poirot explained, did not merely deceive others. No, he deceived himself above all. That is what makes this case so unsettling. The final twist in the mind of the criminal was the belief that they could escape the consequences of their actions. Hastings was still not entirely sure what Poirot meant, but before he could ask for clarification, the door swung open. A man stood in the threshold, his expression inscrutable. He was tall, with a well-kept appearance, dressed in a dark suit that hinted at wealth and sophistication. The man's sharp eyes flickered between Poirot and Hastings before he spoke. "Ah, Hercule Poirot, I've been expecting you." Poirot gave a small, polite smile. "Monsieur, it is an honor to meet you. I am afraid I was not aware of the invitation." The man stepped aside, motioning for them to enter. "I believe you were not meant to receive one, Monsieur Poirot. The invitation is more personal. My name is Theodore Atwood. You are here because I require your expertise for a matter of great importance." Poirot's sharp gaze flickered briefly over Atwood, his mind instantly analyzing the man's posture, his words, and the slight tension in his shoulders. Atwood was hiding something that felt important, but Poirot didn't yet know what. "I am at your service, Monsieur Atwood," Poirot said, his voice calm and deliberate. "But I must confess, the urgency of your invitation has piqued my curiosity. What is this matter that requires the attention of a man such as myself?" Atwood's eyes darkened for a brief moment before he stepped forward. "It is not something that can be solved with ordinary methods, Poirot. I need you to uncover a deception, one that has been carefully constructed over many years." Hastings could feel the tension in the room. He had long grown accustomed to Poirot's ability to read people, but this was different. There was something else in Atwood's tone, something underlying, like a thread pulling at the edges of the conversation, weaving it toward an unknown conclusion. "I am intrigued," Poirot said, his voice a touch more serious now. "Please, tell me more." Atwood motioned for them to follow him as he led them through a series of rooms, each grander than the last. The walls were lined with priceless paintings, the floors polished to a gleaming shine. Everything about the house screamed wealth and power, yet there was an unsettling quality to the opulence that made Poirot uneasy. They entered a large study, its walls adorned with shelves of books, most of them leather-bound, some ancient in appearance. Atwood sat behind a large oak desk, motioning for Poirot and Hastings to take a seat opposite him. "I trust you are familiar with my family, Poirot," Atwood began, his voice steady but with an edge of anxiety hidden beneath the surface. We are a lineage with a long history of wealth and influence. But as with all such families, there are secrets. Secrets that, if exposed, could ruin everything. Poirot leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. "Go on." "I will be blunt," Atwood said, his fingers tapping nervously against the desk. "Someone in my family is trying to destroy us. It is a plot that has been set in motion over many years. And now, the moment of reckoning has arrived." Atwood paused, his eyes locking with Poirot's. "I have no doubt that you will discover the truth, Poirot. But there is one thing I must warn you about. This is not a typical case. The deception runs so deep, so insidious, that even the one who thinks they have orchestrated it all is unaware of their own role in the tragedy." Hastings shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "So, you're saying that someone in your family has been manipulating things for years?" Atwood nodded, his face darkening. "Yes, and the truth, when it comes to light, will tear my family apart. That is why I need you to uncover it all before it's too late." Poirot took a deep breath, his fingers steepled in front of his lips. He could feel the weight of the case settling over him. This was not just about uncovering a criminal act. It was about unraveling a web of lies and falsehoods that had been carefully constructed over the course of a lifetime. The stakes were higher than ever. "I understand," Poirot said, his voice calm, but with a hint of steel beneath the surface. "And I will take the case, Monsieur Atwood. But you must understand, it will not be easy. The truth is often buried so deeply that even the most astute minds struggle to uncover it. Are you prepared for what I may find?" Atwood's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but his resolve seemed to harden. "I am prepared for whatever it takes. Just find the truth, Poirot. That is all I ask." Poirot nodded, his mind already working through the puzzle that lay before him. This was no ordinary case. It was a mystery that reached into the depths of human psychology, of betrayal, and of a twisted desire for power. He could feel the challenge before him, and yet a small part of him felt a sense of satisfaction. For Poirot, this was not merely a case. It was a battle of wits, a game of deduction, and he would not rest until every thread had been unravelled. As he stood to leave the study, he turned back to Atwood. "I will begin my investigation immediately, monsieur. I will need to speak with your family members, and I will need to see the records, the letters, the documents, everything that has been concealed." Atwood nodded. "Of course, Poirot. Anything you need." Poirot paused, his gaze lingering on the man for a moment longer than necessary. There was something about Atwood's demeanour that struck him as peculiar, a subtle tension, a hesitation that did not align with the urgency of his words. But Poirot said nothing. For now, he would proceed with caution. As he and Hastings left the study, Poirot's mind raced. There were many layers to this mystery, and the deception Atwood had spoken of was already beginning to unfold in his mind. The question was not just who was behind the plot, but why. Why would someone go to such lengths to destroy a family with such power? The game was afoot, and Poirot could feel it. The final deception was about to reveal itself. Chapter 24. The Unseen Hand. The morning mist clung to the grounds like a shroud, casting the sprawling estate in an eerie silence. The sun had yet to fully rise, its golden rays struggling to penetrate the low-hanging clouds. Poirot stood at the window of his room, his eyes tracing the faint outlines of the distant trees, the grand stone gates of the estate barely visible in the gloom. His mind was far from the peaceful scene before him. Instead, it was consumed with the intricate puzzle that had yet to unfold. The words of Theodore Atwood echoed in his mind. The deception runs so deep, so insidious, that even the one who thinks they have orchestrated it all is unaware of their own role in the tragedy, a mystery that went beyond mere manipulation and lies, one that involved not only deceit, but an unconscious participation in the very crime they thought they were controlling. Poirot's little grey cells were whirring, seeking patterns, connections, subtle signs that others might miss. Hastings entered the room quietly, his steps muffled by the thick carpet beneath him. He had grown accustomed to Poirot's early morning routines, and today was no exception. Poirot was already at work, analysing every angle of the case. "What's our plan for the day?" Hastings asked, his voice low, careful not to disturb Poirot's thoughts. Poirot didn't immediately answer, his eyes still fixed on the view outside the window. He was deep in thought, and it was only when he spoke that his voice had the familiar sharpness of a mind engaged in unravelling a mystery. "I have already begun, Hastings," Poirot replied, turning from the window to face his companion, "and I have spoken with Atwood's household staff, the butler, the housekeeper, and those who might hold a piece of the puzzle. They are loyal, but loyalty can be bought. I shall need to speak with the family, one by one, and see what secrets they are keeping." Hastings, ever the loyal companion, nodded. "And you think one of them is the key to all of this?" "Indeed," Poirot said, his expression tightening as he glanced over at a series of documents spread across the desk. "But which one? The deception is hidden beneath layers of falsehoods, and it is possible that even the one closest to the heart of the matter does not realize the full extent of their involvement." "I can't quite grasp it," Hastings admitted, his brow furrowing. "What do you mean, unconscious involvement? How could someone not know they're part of something like this?" Poirot smiled slightly, as if the puzzle was beginning to take shape. "Ah, Hastings, that is the key to this case. Sometimes the most dangerous thing in the world is not the person who directly commits the crime, but the one who enables it without even realizing it. It is not always about the hand that strikes. It is about the mind that guides the hand, even if it is unaware of its own motives." Hastings felt a chill run down his spine as he began to understand the complexity of Poirot's words. A mind that unknowingly participates in its own destruction. How could that be? How could someone betray their own family, their own principles, without even realizing it? Poirot straightened up, gathering the documents. "Come, Hastings, we must go to the library. The answers lie there." The library was vast, its towering shelves filled with books of every kind: history, philosophy, law, literature, and more. But it was not the contents of the books that interested Poirot. It was the patterns of behaviour, the subtle signs, the inconsistencies in the people who lived here, who shaped the family's legacy. The first member of the Atwood family they would meet was Charles Atwood, Theodore's younger brother. Charles was a man of few words. his angular features betraying little of the thoughts behind them. He was sitting at a large oak table in the centre of the room, a glass of brandy in hand, staring out the window as if lost in thought. The moment Poirot entered, Charles turned to face them with a polite, if somewhat guarded, smile. "Ah, Poirot," Charles said, his voice smooth but distant. "I hear you've been taking a keen interest in the family affairs." Poirot took a seat across from Charles, his hands folded neatly in front of him. "Indeed, Monsieur Atwood, the affairs of your family are fascinating. But you, I believe, are the key to understanding the true nature of this case. You are one of the last to see the pieces of the puzzle before they fall into place." Charles raised an eyebrow, a flicker of discomfort passing across his features. "I don't see how I can be of much help. My brother has already explained everything to you, I trust." Poirot studied him intently. "Your brother, yes, but it is not what he has told me that matters. It is what you have kept from me. You see, Monsieur Atwood, sometimes the truth is not found in what is said, but in what is not said." Charles leaned back in his chair, his fingers tightening around the glass of brandy. "You're accusing me of something?" Poirot's eyes never left his. "I am accusing no one, monsieur. I am simply asking you to help me understand the truth. You see, it is often the ones who are closest to the heart of the matter who have the most to hide, and sometimes the ones who are most convinced of their innocence are the ones most guilty of all." The tension in the room grew thicker. Charles's eyes narrowed as he set the glass down with a soft clink. "I've nothing to hide," he said, his voice quieter now. "But I'll tell you this. If you think someone in this family is trying to destroy us, you're mistaken. No one would be foolish enough to do that." "Perhaps not," Poirot said, his voice calm and even. "But sometimes, Monsieur Atwood, it is not about being foolish. It is about believing oneself to be invulnerable to the consequences of one's actions." Charles's jaw tightened, but he said nothing more. Poirot stood up, signalling that the conversation had come to an end for now. "You may not realize it yet, monsieur, but you are already part of the deception," Poirot said quietly, almost as if speaking to himself. "But all will be made clear in time." As Poirot and Hastings left the library, they found themselves walking through the winding corridors of the estate. The silence was deafening, broken only by the distant sound of footsteps echoing off the marble floors. Poirot's mind was already at work, analysing everything Charles had said, and more importantly, everything he had not said. "There's more to Charles than he lets on," Poirot said thoughtfully. "But he's not the one we're looking for, Hastings. Not yet." Hastings looked at him curiously. "So, what now?" "We will meet the others, and then we shall see. The pieces of the puzzle are scattered, but they are all connected, and I believe the final piece is close at hand." The game was far from over, and Poirot could feel the invisible threads of the mystery pulling tighter. Each interaction, each moment, was a step closer to the truth. And with each step, the revelation became clearer. The final deception was coming to light, and this time nothing, no lie, no twist, would be enough to obscure the truth. Chapter 25. The Vanishing Echo. The mansion, cloaked in shadows, stood silent as the night deepened. The vast estate that had once bustled with energy now seemed almost haunting in its stillness, as if holding its breath. Inside, Poirot and Hastings moved with purpose, following the winding corridors that led them to their next destination, the master's study. The heavy wooden door loomed before them like a portal to secrets yet to be uncovered. Poirot stopped just short of the threshold and placed his hand on the doorknob, pausing for a moment as though feeling the weight of what was to come. The air was thick with tension. Hastings, always on alert, but less attuned to the subtle nuances of Poirot's mind, regarded the detective with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Do you think we're any closer to the truth, Poirot? It feels as though each step we take only uncovers another layer of deceit." Poirot's sharp eyes flicked toward his companion, and for a fleeting moment the faintest of smiles touched his lips. "Ah, Hastings, that is the nature of this case. The truth is a delicate thing, fragile, elusive, and yet it has a way of revealing itself in the most unexpected of ways. But we are indeed close, closer than ever. The final piece of the puzzle is nearly in my grasp." Poirot turned the doorknob and stepped into the study. The room, grand and lined with mahogany bookshelves, was as it had been when they had first arrived at the estate, the dim glow of the fireplace casting long shadows across the floor, the scent of old books hanging in the air. Theodore Atwood sat behind his massive oak desk, his brow furrowed in concentration as he examined a series of papers. His appearance, as usual, was immaculate. Sharp suit, perfectly styled hair. But his eyes, those eyes, betrayed the unease that lingered beneath his calm exterior. "Ah, Poirot." Theodore greeted them with his usual cordial tone, his eyes flicking briefly to Hastings before returning to the papers in front of him. "I trust you're enjoying your investigations. I suppose you are here for more answers." Poirot regarded him coolly, his expression unreadable. "Indeed, Monsieur Atwood, there is always more to uncover, but today I have come for something particular." His eyes flicked toward the desk. "May I?" Theodore's eyes darkened slightly, but he motioned for Poirot to approach. Poirot moved forward with his characteristic grace, his movements deliberate. He studied the papers spread across the desk, noting the subtle disarray in the way they had been arranged. It was as if someone had hurriedly prepared the documents, trying to hide something from view. Hastings, standing just behind Poirot, shifted uneasily. "What do you think, Poirot? Does any of this make sense?" Poirot did not immediately answer. Instead, he focused on one particular sheet of paper, his brow furrowing as he read. The words on the page were mostly illegible, scribbled in a hurried, unsteady hand. A sense of urgency seemed to exude from the paper, and Poirot's mind began to connect the dots. "This," Poirot murmured, "this is the breakthrough we have been seeking." Theodore Atwood stiffened in his chair. "I don't know what you mean. There is nothing here of consequence." Poirot's gaze never left the paper. "Ah, but you are wrong, monsieur. What is written here in this scrawl is the answer we have been looking for. It is the link between everything, the key to the entire mystery." Hastings glanced between Poirot and Atwood, confusion clouding his features. "But Poirot, what is it? What's written there?" Poirot raised a hand, motioning for Hastings to remain silent. He leaned in closer to the desk, reading aloud in a quiet, deliberate tone. "The plan is set, But the consequences, I didn't know it would go this far. It is not too late, is it? There is still time to stop it. But who can I trust? Who can stop the inevitable? My own hand was forced, but I know what I must do next. The clock is ticking, and it may be too late to undo what has been done. The danger has always been within the family. The words hung in the air, thick with foreboding. Hastings' eyes widened. So, someone within. The family is behind all this? Poirot nodded slowly. Indeed, Hastings, but more than that, this paper reveals the true nature of the crime. The person who has orchestrated this, who has been the architect of this deception, does not even realize the full extent of their actions. They believe they are in control, but they are merely the puppet, not the puppeteer. Theodore's face had gone pale, and he leaned forward, his voice strained. What are you suggesting, Poirot? That one of my family members, one of us, is behind these crimes? That is an absurd accusation. Poirot's gaze hardened, his voice quiet but firm. I suggest, monsieur, that the very person who is trying to prevent the tragedy from unfolding is the one who has set it in motion. You see, in trying to stop something terrible, they have unknowingly caused it. Theodore looked at Poirot, disbelief evident in his eyes. But how? How could anyone in my family be capable of such things? We are bound by loyalty, by blood. Ah, but loyalty is not always what it seems, monsieur, Poirot replied, his tone almost pitying. Sometimes loyalty is a mask, a facade behind which lies fear, insecurity, and desperation, and those emotions can drive people to do terrible things, things they might never have thought themselves capable of. Hastings stepped forward, his voice growing more insistent. But Poirot, if one of the family is involved, then it must be. Poirot held up a hand, silencing him. Patience, Hastings. The answer is within reach, but we must look beyond the obvious. There is more to this than meets the eye. We must wait, watch, and let the truth reveal itself. The room was thick with tension, the weight of Poirot's words hanging over them all. For a moment no one spoke. Then, with a deliberate slowness, Poirot turned toward Theodore, his eyes fixed with unflinching determination. Monsieur Atwood, he said, his voice a low, measured tone. You have played your part in this drama, but you are not the one we must focus on. It is someone else, someone far closer to the heart of the matter. The final confrontation is yet to come, and when it does, we will all know the truth. Theodore's expression remained unreadable, but Poirot could see the slightest flicker of fear in his eyes. As I said, Poirot continued, the pieces are almost in place, and when they all align, the final puzzle will be solved. The detective turned, signaling that the meeting was over. As he and Hastings walked toward the door, Poirot couldn't help but feel that they were nearing the end of their investigation. The final piece of the puzzle was almost in his grasp. And soon, very soon, the truth would be laid bare for all to see. The end.